My people, sons and daughters of Helgen, this much I vow. The history of these days will be written in blood. By crushing the armies of our enemy, by seizing the weapons they thought to turn against us, we were fighting for our very existence. But if there are those who would deny us peace, refuse us our rightful place in the universe, then we will unleash such terrible vengeance that generations yet unborn will cry out in anguish.
A spokesman for ISA High Command had this to say on Visari's latest outburst.
The dictator Visari plays a martyr while threatening the peace of the universe.
Listening to this shit makes me want to break something.
Ever the diplomat, Rico.
Yeah.
Colonel Templar.
I'm off the field this time. So I'm looking to you and Sev to get it done.
You know we're on.
Good luck, Sergeant.
Sir.
The ISA also confirmed that the second wave of the invasion fleet is due to launch imminently. They will arrive in orbit over the Helgen capital in approximately 2 weeks, by which time Fleet Commander Templar expects the first wave of the assault force to have dealt decisive blows against Visari's forces. I'm sure we all wish our brave men and women good luck and Godspeed.
Time for diplomacy has passed. The Helghast do not reason. They started this war when they invaded Vecta, and it's up to us to conclude it.
The enemy may shatter our bodies, but they cannot break our spirit. Even now, they advance on our homeworld to seize by force what they cannot claim by right. They cannot imagine what awaits them. We will smite the invaders from our skies! Though they sweep over our lands like the sands of winter, never again will we bow before them. Never again endure their oppression. Never again endure their tyranny. We will strike without warning and without mercy, fighting as one hand, one heart, one soul. We will shatter their dreams and haunt their nightmares, drenching our ancestors' graves with their blood. And as our last breath tears at their lungs, as we rise again from the ruins of our cities, they will know Helgen belongs to the Helghast.
Sir.
Brothers! Sisters of the Guard! There is hope. There is hope. My God. I never thought I'd live to see the day in 11th edition when I thought there would be a glimmer of hope. When I thought there would be a chance, just a chance of victory. Victory, I say, victory. But you know what? There is victory. And there is a chance. I finally got a chance to run what up until this point has been a theoretical Guard meta list of 18 Bullgryn and 2 Super Heavies. And let me tell you, it's fucking brutal. It's absolutely brutal. I'm just... That game thinking that's not God. Baby, then I'm fine. The Meta Astra Militarum list. I want a game in 2 turns. You know that thing that people do to us? I want a game in 2 turns. Flat. Woohoo, baby! Oh, they should have left our infantry intact. They should have let us continue to play the vibes. They should have allowed us to do our own thing. You see, what do I always say? What do I always say? The guard gets hit hard, but we always hit back even harder. And how hard did we get hit by those nerfs? How hard did we get hit by that balanced data slate? By the core rules of 11th edition? We got hit very hard. Extremely hard. But the harder they hit us, the harder we hit back. And I think the competitive community is going to wish, they are going to beg for us to go back to playing like guard players. They don't want us to play Newhammer the way Newhammer's meant to be played. They don't want us to do that. They thought they did. They thought, oh, these guard players, they won't be able to keep it with Newhammer. Pfft, you fools! This isn't even our final form. You fools! Don't you know who we are? We are the Imperial Guard. What was the list? The list was 18 Bullgryn, each led by a commissar, upgraded with Exemplar of Duty. And then there was a Stormlord with Assault Hatches, and a Banesword with Battalion Commander, and a Hellhound, a Courtiers, and 2 Tech Priests. There you go. There might have been, I think there might have been like one of the commissars might have not an Exemplar of Duty. I can't quite remember. That was the list. I mean, I'll find it for you now. I wrote it earlier. There you go. But I called it Big Boys. So this was the list. I'll show you guys. Commissar, Exemplar of Duty, Commissar, Exemplar of Duty, Commissar, Exemplar of Duty, Tech Priest, Banesword with Battalion Commander, Stormlord with Assault Hatches, Bullgryn, Hellhound, Courtiers. Thought they needed Exemplars to join Bullgryns. They do. They all had them. They all have them. I had a moment of doubt, but no, I paid for it all. There you go. 5 points under. 5 points to the house. There you go. You know, sometimes sometimes there's an old saying. There's an old saying. Never go full retard. You know, I don't think that's true. I think sometimes you need to go extra full retard. You need to go full Ogrin. You need to go full Ogrin, baby. You need to go full Ogrin. Oh my god. Right. Love me Emperor, 8 to Xenos, not Razors, just don't like them, 8 Chaos, simple as. There you go. Day in the life of a true Bullgryn geezer. Oh my god. I have taken some pictures. I will share with you the pictures. And you guys will piss yourself with laughter. Because this was a great game. My opponent and I both had a great game. It was a ton of fun. There was no salt or rage on either side. For those of you who have been to Thanatos, I played against Jez. Jez is an absolutely lovely bloke. Those of you who know, they know he's legit. Like, so it was a great game. And yeah, it was a ton of fun. And so I'll take you through it all in a moment. What we'll do is we'll catch up on some like super chats and everything, and then we'll get into the details. All right. But before we get to all of that, we must, of course, observe our traditions, because traditions are very important on the Mordian Glory channel. Traditions are what separate us from the renegades, the heretics, the traitors, and what make us his Imperial Guard, the Emperor's true finest. Stand up and be counted. It's time for roll call, baby! Who is in the stream tonight? Who is ready to rock out with their Bullgryn Maul out? We have got Chris K, Lower Decks, Dave M. We have got... oh, shit, I've lost my place. The roll call's popping up. Right, we'll start again. What am I doing? We'll start again. Okay. Dave M. There we go. Dosh, Top of Station. Prep Cook Survive. Russell W. Chris K. Saber Wilson. Matt Larkin. Jonas. Adam. Samuel Phoenix. Scribbles. Brown Bread. J. Bond. Spaghettius. DG Painting. Art. Artem, I should say. Artem Rima. Artem Ear Rimin. Artem. Edward Zanen, Aldeus, the Kirkware Chris K, Mechalayan, Omni Puppy. We've also got Mark Coyle, Teapot, Vivek, Waldmeister, Dominus Plexus, Nicholas Turner. We've got Saucy Mons, Hayake, Larry, Pastor Blaster, Southern Bear, Snaxolotl, Jaeger Scott, Super Fearless Leader, DSR, Whispering Monk, Tomo, Solid Steve, Dermeth, Keep Imperial Salt, Butt Mounted, Eli, Denzel Wenzel, Cavasius, Lazy Goose, Prime Lever, Joe Aquila, Patrick 8, Cosmic Drew, Spriggs, Squidface, Glenn Lee, Skeletal Celtic Mess, Drifter, Eli Cohen, Macon, Levon, Gazon 05, and Cyrillic Dude. Hey, there you go. And a Gaming Snooker. There you go. Chris K, I'm timing you out for 10 seconds because you kept spamming during roll call and it made my roll call harder. It's because I have gone mad with power. It's literally right, and I'm right. Spriggs, you go as well. That's it. No, I'm joking. There you go. Spriggs like, oh, I'll start 07ing, and it's like, oh wait, no, he's out. It's too late, Spriggs. It's too late. 10 seconds. There you go. Someone's got to get banned in the roll call these days. It's literally a 10-second timeout. It's more of a meme than anything else. All right. Florida did Cosmic ban Florida Eccentric. Anyway, welcome. Thank you. I saw that roll call was technically not over. There you go. I love it, Cosmic. And Johnny on the spot there. Welcome. Thank you to all of you for joining today's stream. I hope you guys are excited to learn about the crazy ways of the mass Bullgryn list. I want to say a mass thank you to all of you that have already liked the stream and subscribed. If you've not done those things, please consider doing so. It is a great way of supporting the channel and supporting the Guard. You know, because the Guard, we're in difficult times right now. We've got a lot of players who are jumping ship. We've got some YouTubers who proclaim that they were Guard mains, now saying they're not Guard mains. I'm not saying any names. They know who they are. So, you know, it's end of days, brothers. End of days. People are looking to jump ship, and we need all the support we can get. And anytime we've got any hope, we need to share that hope and share that knowledge so we can all get better together. And the best way of doing that is to boost the stream with the algorithm, with the liking and the subscribing and the hyping and all of that kind of good stuff. I also want to say a big thank you for the people who have gone above and beyond the Call of Duty, coming in with all the super chats and the member flex and gifted memberships. And let's take a moment to go through now and quickly show our appreciation for those people who have gone above and beyond the Call of Duty. So starting off, we've got Chris K. Thank you for the gifted membership. Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part. We've also got Mold. Mold, thank you for the gifted membership, sir. As always, mate, I raise my glass to you. You're an officer, a gentleman, a scholar. There we are. We've got Chris K again. Chris K, nothing much to say today. Have a nice stream. Hey, I feel bad for timing out for 10 seconds now. Chris K, I was only doing it as a bit of a meme more than anything else. Chris K, thank you for the super chat, man. Thank you for the support. J Bond, thank you for the 47 months. X-Force, baby. Reject the meta. Embrace the guard. Yes. Yes. Look, I just wanted to play with me little guardsmen and me little Lehman Russes, but if they wouldn't let me do it, then it means I have to make that. Look, Games Workshop will never give us our proper guard vibes back. We have to make them give us our proper guard vibes back. And the only way of doing that is by utterly enraging and frustrating the competitive community by bringing one of the most horrific stat check lists I've seen in, well, as I've seen in a very long time. Like, there you are. But the problem is, when you embrace the meta, you show yourself your answer. I don't think embracing the guard in any way, shape, or form is embracing the meta. Think about how bad we are as a faction, man. Think about, dude, we're on 28% win rate. We are the lowest. There is like a 42% difference between us and the top faction. I don't think I don't think there's any way you can say like guard is meta. We have to break the meta. We are not embracing the meta. We're not chasing the meta. We're not, running a bunch of non-guard factions or that because they're apparently better now. No. Nothing like that. We are breaking the meta. The game will break before the guard does. And we will be the ones holding the hammer. The steel hammer. All right. What have we got next? Butt Mountain, thank you for the super chat, man. Did you win? What did it cost? I did win, and all it cost me was a year's supply of potato skins to the Bullgryn Auxilia Corps. Russell W, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, baby. Yes, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Sa! Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part. I also want to say a big thank you to Cosmic Drew. Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat, man. Tim, make the meta pay for what they did to us. We are the meta. I am the meta. Screech is autistically. Oh! The meta will decide your fate. I am the meta. I might send that to Evan as an idea. 1 minute. I might. 1 minute. I'm definitely gonna send that to Evan. I think that's a really good short for tomorrow if he makes it. Yeah. Same gift but more re. Exactly. Right, let's have a look. I'm just gonna find it.
In the name of the Galactic Senate of the Republic, you're under arrest, Chancellor.
Are you threatening me, Master Jedi?
The Senate will decide your fate.
I am the Senate.
Not yet.
Right, okay. I'm gonna send it to 1 minute. Shit, that's the wrong one. Oh shit, I'm fucking it up. Fuck it. Fuck, it's all going wrong. Right, here we go. Right, where are we? I am the Senate. All right. There we go. I needed the full scene. That one wasn't the right one. Okay. Someone's been hitting the warp just a little too hard. Okay. I got a short idea. There you go. That'll do. There you go. There we are. What have we got next here? So, we have got Levon. Levon, thank you for the super chat, man. I read an article that described disposition that allows Space Marines to be added to a guard army. That's probably what we call an AI article, because you can't do that. I mean, the only way of adding Marines to a guard army is via Imperial agents, and the only units you can add are either one squad of Grey Knight Terminators or two squads of Death Watch. There you go. It was a fan-made attachment, I believe. Ah, okay, it was fan-made. There you go. So it's not a legit disposition, unfortunately. That would have been great, but unfortunately, it's not a legit disposition. Chris K, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Yes. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part to keep us freshly stocked with new concepts. Thank you for the 5 extra Bullgryn to break the meta with. Saucy Mons, thank you for super chat. Points that the Lemur's Punisher would need to be taken. You don't need to make the Lemur's Punisher cheaper. You need to make the Lemur's Punisher better. They can make it 100 points, and still people would question whether it's worth taking it. And that sounds kind of crazy, but yeah. So it's not about you need basically. I can fix Lemur's Punisher in one go. Okay, are you ready for this? AP -1. That's it. I fixed it. That's it. Like, you know, nothing else needs to change. Nothing else to change. Just AP -1. There you go. Makes too much sense. They will never do it. The only other way to make it work. There's one other way. If they don't want to hand the AP out, there's one other way. Are you ready for this? Anti-infantry 4+. Because that way, its gun pairs well with its abilities. Think about that. No AP. But every 4 up, it gets to wound against an infantry as a dev wound. Yeah. So there's 2 options you got there. 2. Don't need both. One or the other. One or the other. If they gave it both, it would be overpowered. But yeah. Though to be fair, if they gave it both, I wouldn't actually even be that mad. Because I'd happily spend like 180 points. Yeah. You already fixed it with an exterminator, adding AP -1. I mean, I guess that's true, X. But I'd rather it had an inbuilt AP -1 now. Yeah. I'm going to get a relationship with Kevin Roundtree's daughter. I don't know if he has one, so I can get him drunk and make him buff the guard. Cut out the middly man. Get a relationship with Kevin Roundtree. There you go. That's all. That's what you got to do. You got to lie back and think of England for the guard. There you are. There you go. All right, what have we got next? Florida Eccentric, thank you for super chat. Hobby update, stream discussion. 9 down from your stream post. Thank you, mate. Let's have a look. The womb of Warlord is quite bountiful. Armies of Soviet Union, Nashorn Tank Destroyer, AA M17 AA half track. I can't quite see what this one is. Oh fuck me! Come on, zoom in. Ferdinand, I think maybe. 234/4 Pack 40 armored car. Soviet Mastodon Heavy Walker. Ursus. Italian Parker Duzzi teams. British Army Heavy Weapon teams. Oh, fucking hell. I got something in my eye. Ah. Oh, God. Something in my eye. It's a beautiful tear. It's a tear for the guard. Oh, it's so beautiful. Oh, my God. I actually bashed my eye the other day, and it's been... not the day, earlier today. It's been bothering me slightly all day. Yeah. I don't know, how do you bash your eye? It's not a long story. I just did something very stupid. Let's have a look. Nice. Here we go. Conflict 47, Soviet block, bag 250, verbal wind, Soviet heavy infantry squad. Yes, my favorite, the Mark 1s. And then we've got Daughters of the Motherland, Soviet Army Heavy Weapons Platoon. My God, is there more? Is there more? How can there be more? Oh my God. Oh my God. You got the full fucking Soviet army on top of that as well. Oh my God, that is beautiful. That is actually beautiful, man. Holy fuck. Holy shit, man. That's actually insane. That is a big haul. Oh, I got a ripped in the eye. Yeah, no. So, you guys can all laugh at me, and I need to go around wearing water wings and a rugby helmet now because I poked myself in the eye with a cardboard box. No, it's not more complicated than that. It's that's how, yes, and it is as fucking stupid as it sounds. I don't know, all day today my eye has been like occasionally like hurting and watering. So I think I've bruised. I think I poked myself here. So like when I do that, it feels better. So I think I've like bruised my underneath eyelid or something like incredibly stupid. And so occasionally my eye goes, "Oh yeah, you're in pain," blah, 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 and starts watering like mad. I'm hoping it'll be better by tomorrow. I hope I haven't like actually hurt my eye, man. That'd be so annoying if I had. But yeah. Oh my God. So I'm sorry, Florida Eccentric. My cardboard box poked eye slightly distracted from your haul. But let me just say, it was a very, very impressive haul, sir. A very, very impressive haul indeed. There you are. What have we got next? Tal Tom, thank you for the 49 months. Did he fix the symbol? Over 4 years, ready for more. I'm sorry, Tal Tom, I haven't fixed the symbol yet. I've been too busy trying to hold this goddamn line. Hold the goddamn line, man. There you go. But dude, thank you for supporting for over 4 years. I will get the melter gun symbol sorted soon. Or power sword symbol. I'll decide on one or the other, right? But dude, thank you so much for the incredible support. Thank you for doing your part. And I look forward to us going together further into the future. 4 years, 4 more years, baby. Here we go. What do we got next? John Shepard, thank you for super chat. Picks to discussion of stuff I've done today or touched up. Let's have a look. Oh, nice. Here you go. Taking a break for painting my epic. Busy painting or touching up my 40k 11th stuff for my game on Saturday. 2 Stormlords, 12 Bullgryn, 6 lads going to weapon teams, 1 Commissar, 1 Psycho, 2 Tech Priests, 1 Lemus Tank Commander with Vanquisher, 2 Vanks. All of them are either Timu Wargate, Timu Wars Atlantic, or 3D printed stuff from Timu or Etsy. Wow. That's cool, man. That's very, very cool. Nice. Yeah. There you go. Looking good. Looking very, very good. That's the way, man. Hey, slap a coat of paint on it. Bit of weathering. 2 feet away on the table. Can't tell the difference. Can't tell the difference between it and the legit stuff. There you go. Love it. What have we got here? We've got Russell W. 25 months. Mystery Penal Legion. Simple as. I will send you to the Penal Legions. And you will fight, and then you will be amongst your brethren. And I will have you clearing minefields with your feet. There you go. Because apparently that's what you want. Somebody's like, yes! White out, thanks super chat. I'm running Krieg, Artillery, and Baneblades. Nice. You see, I think that, you know what? I have a little bit of a controversial opinion, but I'm not totally convinced that Guard Artillery is dead. I just think you just have to use spotters. So rather than using it to go off stuff you can't see, you basically use it as just fire support for stuff you can see. Yeah. So I can see that actually kind of working. Lower decks, thanks super chat. Recruiting is easy. HR lies. Check in stream discussion. So it took hours of brutal fisticuffs, but we have some recruits. Jenkins in the 5th editions fought dirty. Few could resist his oiled-up tricks, though many tried. It appears that street fighting is considered light entertainment in Dust Falls. In the end, we have recruited 3 hives come to our ranks. In Bert Big Chops, Alexia Pipestrut, and Strangely Brown. I recognise that from from not Monty Python, Blackadder. Knowing that the Delac have eyes everywhere and without trust established yet, I have thought about your wisdom. If you're afraid of getting a rotten apple, don't go to the barrel, get it off the tree. So we are off to whatever passes for school around here to see what juvies might make the grade. Yes, there we go. There we are, man. I love it. I look forward to the escapades of your gang. All right. What do we got here? Eric, thank you for the super chat, man. How many squads of Scions is ideal in a Scion list? Would it be better with a tank detachment or other detachment? I think you want a minimum of 5 or 6. So what I would do is I would go Mech Assault and Scions. Mech Assault and Bridgehead, sorry. And then I would take 5 Taurox Primes. And I would put 3 10-man squads inside them. And then 2 5-man squads with attached command squads inside them as well. Then I'd take 1 more 10-man squad and a Scion command squad, but have them deep strike down turn 1 with the enhancement. Okay, and then I'd probably take Courtiers, a bunch of Hellhounds, and a Courtiers, a bunch of Hellhounds, and some Castellans. It is entirely possible, if you play your cards right, to have 50 Scions. Well, it's entirely possible, if you play your cards right, to have your army, all your Scions, pretty much all game, to have +1 to hit, +1 to wound, rerolls to hit, rerolls to wound in that detachment. That's the other way I think Guard play very, very dirty. Very, very, very dirty. Yeah. More did I have a mechanized bridgehead list? It was fucking brutal. Yeah, I mean, that's the list I'm planning on taking next. Yeah. You can skip ignores cover. You probably can do, to be fair. I guess +1 to... If you can do it right, you kind of want... Though, you still kind of want a little bit of ignores cover, because 3 of the squads will be able to double stack orders, but 3 of the squads won't. So you kind of want to take that into account. Yeah. Reroll hits. Well, I want to hit on 2s, full rerolls to hit, not hit on 3s. That's what I want. Yeah. And don't forget, the squads being led by the command squads get sustained hits as well. And so you can have 3 squads with 4 rerolls to hit, 4 rerolls to wound, +1 to hit, +1 to wound, take aim, and first rank fire, second rank fire, and sustained hits. It's pretty spicy. It's pretty spicy. Yeah. So I do think that you can make Scions horrific. And I think that is another very 11th edition style list. Because the idea is that you're not planning on playing to, you're not planning on playing past turn 2. Either you win by turn 2 or you lose. It's that simple. Yeah. All right, what do we got next? Average White Shark, thank you for super chat. Looking to learn 5th edition, list review in stream discussion. Built this based on a quick Google search and not sure if it's the right points level. Dude, use New Recruit. Like, honestly, I tell you what, man, before I even look at this, I mean, I can have a quick look at it. Couple of infantry platoons. Yeah, looks pretty decent. Okay, so I would always go with infantry platoons. I would go plasma gun or melter gun and las cannon. Or if you're going to go autocannons, you go autocannons and grenade launchers. Those were like the 2 good. And autocannon and grenade launcher often considered like the best bang for buck guard squad loadout. So I'd consider that. As for the you've got what, 3 of them? Yeah. And then as for the veterans, you want to go veterans in chimeras with either 3 melter guns or 3 plasma guns and a sergeant with a plasma pistol. That's what you want to do. 100%. Like, plasma mech vets in 5th were brutally good. Very, very good. Yeah. Guys at Marbo, love it. Ogre Squad, Scout Sentinel, Heavy Flamer, Iron Hand Dragon, Gunnery Sergeant Harker, not Dead Dog. I mean, you've not got any tanks in the list, but I guess that doesn't totally matter if you're going like pure infantry. But yeah. Yeah, it looks okay. I probably wouldn't bother with crack grenades or anything like that. I worry a little bit for your anti-tank. I don't think you've got anywhere near enough anti-tank. Like, this is, you know, 6s don't always wound stuff. What are you going to do when a Land Raider turns up? Yeah. Yeah, so you definitely need a bit more anti-tank in your list. And I think the best anti-tank for Guard in 5th is veterans with melters inside a Chimera. Very effective. Very, very, very effective. Yeah. So that's my feedback. If you use new recruit, then that's awesome. So newbie, thank you for the super chat. A message from High Marshal Edric Thornfield. Let's have a look. In the words of High Marshal Edric Thornfield to every meta chaser out there, you thought you nerfed the Guard and forced us into the meta. Well, time for you to meet the Guard, and they have one message. Leans in. Fuck your meta. What list is this? Cadian Command Squad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 squads of Cadians. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 squads of Kriegers. Wait, is that the entire list? Is that 2,000 points? There must be something missing, dude. Oh, you got Lord Solar as well. Oh, no, it's not. Okay, no. It's 240 Guardsmen. Yeah. Sorry. For some reason, I thought it was only like 120. Yeah, 240 Guardsmen. And you've only got 5 orders, though. You've only got 5 orders for 12 blobs. I would consider swapping the Cadian command squads out for Kree command squads. Is it in Grizzled? Oh, it is in Grizzled. So that gives you 8 orders. So I would still consider swapping out the Cadian command squads for Kree command squads, because it doesn't really make a big difference. They're exactly the same points. And this gets you 2 extra orders. They're only once per game, but it gets you 2 extra orders with the servo scribes. Yeah. So that's the way I would probably do it. He hasn't noticed the video. I've noticed the video. Of course I have. Let me show it. It's a great. You think I haven't noticed the video? You think I haven't noticed? I know these things. Let's turn it up. There you go. This is the Guard! His Imperial Guard! The old Guard! So badass. And no CGI. Yep, no CGI. For those that don't know, there was no CGI used in the making of Waterloo. Everyone you see is an extra. It's Waterloo from 1970, not the shitty one that they remade recently. And they filmed it in the Ukraine, and they just mobilized the Soviet army and had a bunch of conscripts for the film. The Soviet Union was like, do you want some conscripts for extras? We pay them fucking nothing. Like, do you want them? And the film crew were like, okay. Yeah, they had 15 extras from the Soviet army. So they're all used to like marching around and everything. Yeah, it's fucking crazy, man. Fucking crazy. Like, just do you want 15,000 extras? Yes, please. Here you go. They cost nothing. Fucking crazy, man. But yeah, there you go. What have we got? Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat. I did your pre-stream progress discussion and a question. All right. Another successful Cosmic stream to warm them up for you. As you can see, I got my Roberta Wells proxy, the director, ready for an extra Firefly and Krieg Psyker with power staff. Now 6 snowtroopers with flamer and a scout sentinel. That reminds me, I have a bunch of sentinel walkers. What are the best weapons you think for them? I'd say autocannons, mate. Yeah. I think autocannons all the way. Yeah, I do like the conversions, man. Is that a Star Wars walker you've converted? Incredible. I love it. Yeah, I think autocannons are your bet. Autocannons or heavy flamers are your best bet for sentinels, man. And Cosmic, looking like some good hobby progress, mate. And I just want to say thank you for warming them up for me. There you go. What have we got here? Fox Knight, thank you for the super chat. What do you think about kit bashing the new ogres they announced for AOS into Bullgryns, such as ogres for 40k? Also, late the stream, so here's my 7. Hey! So, I mean, it depends on the cost, right? It depends on how many you get in a box. It depends on what the cost is going to be. If the cost is going to be, if it's going to be cheaper to kit bash ogres into the, to just take the ogre models and use them in 40k, then do that, yeah. Like, if it's like 6 to a box for 40 quid versus 3 to a box for 40 quid, then yeah, it's a no-brainer. It's an absolute no-brainer, yeah. So, yeah, that's my thoughts on it. Yeah, like do you want to know what I used for my Bullgryn? Let me have a look here. Because obviously Bullgryn are very expensive, right? They're very, they're very expensive. I think I've got some on my neck there. There you go. There you go. My eye's gone funny, my neck's gone funny, bloody hell. I'm in the wars today, apparently. So I used these guys for my Bullgryn because they were £3 cheaper than the Games Workshop ones, and you got double the amount. So yeah, I thought that was I quite like that one. You can get a like a bit of a discount on them as well, because you can get the ones with malls and stuff. So if you want to, the mall ones are more expensive though. So you can get like 12 for £87, £85. But you could just get and I wanted a little mixture of the poses, right? But if you just wanted the most bang for buck, get these. And I think Wayland sells them as well. I'll have a look. Yeah, they do. Look. So Wayland sells them for 20% off. So for just under 30 quid, you can get 18 Bullgryn. I mean, as far as I'm aware, it's the cheapest way of getting it without, outside of a 3D printer, and they're in plastic as well. And they're in plastic. They're not resin or anything weird like that. So, you can get these guys for under £100, you can get all the Bullgryn you want. That's pretty good. What about the new ogres look good as well? Yeah, they do. Wargames Atlantic does sell some as well. I'm not sure how many they do though. Let's have a look. Classic fantasy range. Okay, so Wargames Atlantic can do it a bit cheaper actually, if you want to go down that route. But theirs are, I mean, they're just like feudal guard ones. But you could get 2 boxes of these. I think you can give them, or you give them guns if you want Bullgryn. But I think you can give them all melee weapons as well. You can give them all these like halberds and stuff. I think there's enough. Yeah, look, 1. I think there's enough. There's 3 on the sprue there. You might not quite get enough to give all of them the melee weapons. Oh no, there's an extra sprue. There you go. There's an extra sprue, so you're okay. Yeah. So you could do it with, if you wanted to go down the feudal route, you could go down these guys, which I don't think it would look so bad. You just paint them up as I think you could. I think if you got to remember, like Ogryns aren't really part of a regiment, so you could absolutely just say these are just some Ogryn auxiliaries that have come from a feudal world. Yeah, like very very normal. So you've got a couple of options there. If you want to get the Wargames Atlantic ones, you can. If you want to get the Ursus, you can. I went for the Ursus because I went for the Ursus because obviously I played Conflict, right? So it allows me to do double duty across game systems, which is very helpful. But yeah, but you got a couple of options there. Oh, you've got the Badger hard suits as well. You do, but I don't think they're particularly cheap. Let me have a look. Yeah, the hard suits. I mean, you can do it with them, but you're going to be spending a lot of money. You're spending, £32.50 for 4. So, you're looking at needing 5 boxes of them. So that's going to be, over 150 quid. Yeah. Over 150 quid. So, yeah, you've got, I think your best bet is probably either the Landsknecht Ogryns. I mean, it's still cheaper than getting them from GW, don't get me wrong. Right? It's still cheaper than GW. But the point is, like, you've got, like, I think they're coming in 3rd place. Then the Ursus come in 2nd place. Then in 1st place, you've got the Landsknecht Ogres. Yeah. There you go. Okay, what are we... yeah, but if you like the new Ogres, but the new Ogres from AOS, I don't know what the price on those is. Let's have a look. I'm assuming they're going to be the most expensive, but... have we seen prices for the Ogre Moor tribes yet? I don't think I can see anything on GW for it. Ada Sigma. I'm guessing Destruction. Ogre Moor tribes. No, I'm not seeing anything. The thing is, you could use the old, they're sold out now. But you might be able to find them third-party retailers still relatively cheap. But you can get a bunch of, like, Ogre Gluttons for 38 quid. They were pretty good. You could definitely use those old ones. Even Iron Guts isn't so bad, Use some of the old Iron Guts. Still, if you wanted, like, official GW ones, for example. Yeah, so you got a few options. Yeah, you got a few options. All right. What have we got here? Russell W, thank you for the super chat, man. Check Discord for some cool war game history. Let's have a look. Oh, is that the guy that played Grand Moff Tarkin, who does war games? Yeah, I can't watch the whole thing because I think the stream will probably end up getting like the YouTube will get upset because I'm technically sharing like a TV program, but
family of dogs
yeah,
to an ever-growing army of toy soldiers.
Yeah, look, it's Grand Moff Tarkin, and he plays war games. Yeah, it's very very cool. Look, he's petting up all his French cuirassiers and stuff like that. It's got them all laid out on the floor. Yeah, it's very cool. It's very, very cool. Oh, my eyes bother me again. You got to do it my gammy eye today, guys. Oh, my God. Fucking hell. I'll tell you what, give me a second. I'm going to go and give it a little... I've caught up on the super chats. So what I'll do is I'm going to go and give it a little splash. Give my face a little splash in water. And then we'll get into the... list of the games and everything. All right, give me a second. Oh, my God. Goddamn chicken eye. Alright, I'm back. I'm back. I've got myself an ice pack, and I put the ice pack on my eye and it immediately feels better. So I think I might just, if I feel it flaring up, I'm just going to put the ice pack on. I think that's all it is. I think it's just been like swollen and like aggravated. It's been very bloodshot all day. And obviously if it's very bloodshot, that's not doing it any favours. But I think putting the ice pack on it is like cooling it down. And old Baelite, yeah, old Baelite. Probably reducing the bloodshotness as well. Yeah, so just gonna put the ice on it for a second. I won't be wearing this the entire stream, although I think that would be hilarious. I think I'd make it onto a few people's Discords and Reddit threads and stuff of like, look at this, you know, live stream fail or something like that. If I lose the eye, I'll get a bail eye. There you go. Hopefully I won't lose the eye though. Imagine losing your eye to fucking poking yourself in the face with the cardboard box. I mean, what a way to go, right? No one hurt me. I hurt myself through my own stupidity and incompetence. There you go. All right. So, where were we? Yes, we were talking about spamming Bullgryn and super heavies. So, what I'll probably do is I'll take you through it as a bit of an after action report kind of thing. And let me just put the pictures into stream discussion now. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So there we go. Where were we? Right. I'm all ready. A quick drink. So, here we go. Because this is why you're all here. I know why you're all here. You want to know how 18 Bullgryn and 2 super heavies did. So, I'm going to tell you. First things first, let me take you through the list. I have my list here. And now it's only, let me just be clear, the list is just done for points. It's not done in like the particulars for war gear. So if you look, I've done it on new recruit. I haven't bothered changing the commissar's bolt, pistol, and chainsword. You can just go through and assume that every squad has got the most optimal loadout. Okay? So what I took was 3 commissars, all upgraded with exemplar. Actually, let's start properly. I had 2 detachments. I had abhuman auxiliaries, and I had steel hammer. Abhuman Auxiliaries obviously boosting my Bullgryn, Steel Hammer boosting my Super Heavies. I took 3 Commissars and I upgraded each one of them to Exemplar of Duty, because that is one of the enhancements inside Abhuman Auxiliaries, which, according to the Munitorum Field Manual, allows your Commissars to join Ogryn and Bullgryn squads. Now, it doesn't say it in the faction pack, but it says it in the Munitorum Field Manual, and it allows it in the app, so we can only presume that it is correct. I then took 2 Tech Priest Entrances, because 1 for each Super Heavy, and then I took 2 Super Heavies, and both were upgraded to characters, so both could get access to the enhancements of Steel Hammer. So in Steel Hammer, you can take something called Battalion Commander, which allows one of your Super Heavies to do orders, and it can order, it can do 2 orders, and it can order Titanic things. So typically you want to take 2 Super Heavies so you can take advantage of both orders. So I went for a Bane Sword, and the reason I went for you obviously maxed out with all the heavy bolters and las cannons, and the reason I went for the Bane Sword is because its main gun ignores cover, and its main gun is actually really good. It's got a very reliable number of shots at D6 plus 6, and it's also got the armor obliteration special rule, which means that whenever you destroy an enemy vehicle on a 3+, that vehicle deadly demise, which is actually really, really good. There's a lot of, people take a lot of vehicles these days because of towing into cover, so it's actually really good. Now, the other thing about the Bane Sword is obviously it just does a lot of firepower in general. And that was my main source of anti-tank. I then had a Stormlord. That's right. Some of you have been waiting for this since like 7th edition. But we have a Stormlord full of Bullgryn as a legitimate assault vehicle. I know there will be people, veterans of the Guard community, who have wanted this to be a thing for probably over a decade. Well, guess what? It's here, and it is great. So I had a Stormlord upgraded with Assault Hatches. So Assault Hatches means that it basically becomes a Land Raider. So you can move the vehicle forward, get your guys out, and they can still charge. Now, I had, on my Stormlord, obviously, I had all the heavy bolters and las cannons and heavy stubbers and everything. But one of the reasons I really like the Stormlord now is its main gun. The Vulcan Mega Bolter is actually really good now. It fires 20 shots at strength 6, AP -1, damage 2. This is, I know I've been lambasting the cover system of 11th edition, but the fact that AP -1 is back on the menu now makes such a difference, and the strength 6 of the Vulcan Mega Bolter really allows it to not only go after infantry, but it also, thanks to winning on 5s against a lot of vehicles, it can punch up. And AP -1 matters, and damage 2 matters. When you think about this, this vehicle is punning out 35 damage 2 shots. I mean, that's pretty good. That's pretty bloody good. And they've all got sustained hits, and some of them are twin-linked and everything. And then it's just got like 4 las cannons as well, which is awesome. So it's between these two, I've got 8 las cannons, all hitting on 3s, ideally all ignoring cover. And then I've got the Quake Cannon, which is strength is D6 plus 6, strength 16, 8 -4, 4 damage, blast, ignores cover. So there's plenty of anti-tank in this list. And then I've got an absolute shitload of anti-infantry firepower because I've got 30 heavy bolter shots a turn, all with twin-linked. And then I've got 20, all with sustained hits as well. And then I've got the Vulcan Mega Bolter as well. So there's a lot of firepower coming from these units. And, they're not... Well, we'll get to that in a moment, but don't forget they're going to have a 4+ invulnerable save as well. Okay? They've got, because of the Tech Priest Entrances, just slap that 4-up. Do you know what's funny? I didn't even need the 4-up in the game that I played. I didn't even need it. Then I've got 3 squads of Bullgryn, all maxed out. All, of course, with the Bullgryn mauls and the invulnerable save shields. The 3 commissars obviously lead those. One of those squads goes inside the Stormlord. The others just deploy outside. And then I've got a Hellhound, and I have got Courtiers. Now, that is enough ignores cover. You might think that's not enough, but think about it. I only have 2 units that shoot in this army. This isn't like I have, 4 or 5 Lehman Russes, a couple of Hydra stacked on top there, a bunch of Daka Chimeras. No, I only have 2 shooting units. So I stick a Hellhound in the list because I like Hellhounds. And then I stick Courtiers in the list because he picks an enemy unit within 18 inches. He doesn't even need to see them. And he just removes cover from them. And then also I have the stratagem from the Steel Hammer detachment, which does allow me to, get ignores cover that way as well. Although it's not as effective because you have to use a super heavy to try and get it. It's a bit inefficient, but it's a backup, right? It's a backup. But between, these 2 and that stratagem, I've got more than enough. And the main gun of this thing, I've got more than enough ignores cover for the shooting that I've got, right? Because all my eggs are in just 2 baskets, right? Now, if you actually look at this list, it's only really 5 proper units. There's not really... There's only 5 units. They're all dead hard. And they've all got a 4+ invulnerable save. So in a Purged v Purged mirror match, I don't give up any fucking points. My opponent has to put an extraordinary amount of effort into killing a Bullgryn squad, which only counts as 1 kill. Now, the only easy kill in this entire list is the Hellhound. And even then, Hellhounds aren't that easy to kill. They're not hard to kill. They're not easy to kill. Because it's still got a 2-up save, 11 wounds, T10. Yeah. So when you think about it, the enemy can kill the Hellhound, and then after that, they have to grind through these horrific units. And obviously the Bullgryns are going to be up front, so against a lot of melee armies, it's just going to be not fun for them to try and get through. And if they try and fly around the Bullgryn and go after... the super heavies aren't exactly easy to kill either. I played against World Eaters, and I'll take you through that in a moment, but I was thinking if I was playing against Custodes Bikes, the Custodes Bikes still only wound me on 5s because I'm toughness 13, and Custodes Bikes are strength 6 on the charge with those lances. I think maybe they're higher. Even if they're wounding me on 4s, I've still got I'm sure they're strength 6 with lance, but I could be wrong. But even if they're wounding me on 4s, it's them hitting me on... They've hit me on 2s, wounding on 4s. I've got a 4th vulnerable save. They're strength 7, so they're wounding on 4s. But they're damage 2 or damage D3 or something. I'd have to look at them. But the point is, I don't think a unit of Custodes Bikes actually 1-blops super heavy. I don't think they do. I think not with the 4+ invulnerable save. Not with me being able to have access to cover because of smoke, for example. Yeah. So either they laminate themselves into the Bullgryn, or they laminate themselves into the Banesword, at which point the Banesword blasts its way out of combat and the Bullgryn finish off what's left over. It's just there's no easy kills here. There's no easy kills. There's no easy, there's nothing, I'm not saying there's nothing that's unkillable in this list. Okay? There's nothing unkillable in this list. But there's nothing that's just easy time pickup jobs. Yeah. So that was the list that I ran. Now, I'll take you over to the game. So, a couple of things to mention quickly. We are playing on the wrong sized board. It is an old 6x4 battle mat, but we just took the 2 inches off each player's deployment zone and just took a foot off the edge of the table here. So just bear that in mind. So that's the main thing. That's the main thing to be aware of. Also, there's obviously no terrain on this bit and this bit here, but that's just because that's yellow terrain, so we just didn't bother putting it down. The rest of it's all of the blue coded stuff. All the blue code stuff, which obviously we can't go through with vehicles, but we can go through with infantry. I'm sure there'll be some disparaging comments re the terrain, but just remember this is a local club. We're a local club We play in a village institute, like a village hall. You know, we've just got the resources that we've got. Okay, so we whilst this may not be particularly beautiful looking terrain, it is perfectly functional for tournament and tournament practice and all that kind of stuff. So of course, you know, lambast terrain, blah 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 blah. I know. But you guys know me. I am always someone to say that 40k terrain looks bad. But I think you've got to, you know, sometimes there are extenuating circumstances. So yeah, there you go. It's club terrain. It sees tons of views and should be long lasting. Exactly, right. So there we go. Now I was playing against Jez and his World Eater army. This was Jez's second game of 11th edition, like me, and he was just throwing shit at the wall to see what worked with his World Eaters, because we're both practicing for a team's event. So in his list, he had a Winged Demon Prince, a couple of units of Spawn, a big unit of 8-bound led by a Slaughterbound, a small unit of Exalted 8-bound. He had 2 units of Khorne Berserkers inside Rhinos. One led by Karl, one led by some kind of character. I'm not entirely certain what it was. Probably a Master of Executions. And then he had a Mauler Fiend, and he had a Predator with las cannons. The idea behind the Predator with las cannons is that, you know, he can like crack transports open so that his guys can like eat the stuff inside. And he also had a unit of Jackals just for doing like actions and objectives and stuff like that. So I will say this about World Eaters. Do you see this Bloodthirster over here? That's not actually in the game. That was just a model that Jez was picked up from our club's commission painter, just because he wanted a Demon Prince. Not Demon Prince. He wanted a what do you call it? A Bloodthirster. So that model's not in play. And now I actually thought that model was in play for the game, so I was like constantly taking it into account. But if we actually look at what you get in a World Eater army, I suddenly get it now. So what do I mean by that? I now get why World Eater players are panicking over list building, because there just isn't very much in this World Eater list. Now, it's not a bad World Eater list, don't get me wrong, but, you know, you've got a couple of squads of 8-bound, a couple of squads of Berserkers, you know, 3 sort of other sort of support units, and then like some shit munchers. So World Eaters, I think the way World Eaters work is either they are, it's what I said in the meta video. Either they're punching down, they're bullies. Either they are crushing factions which are just fundamentally weaker than them, such as, you know, like Imperial Guard, you know, the average Imperial Guard. It's not this horrific potato skin monstrosity that I've come up with, right? But either you're just punching down those factions that are weaker than you, or you're just getting stomped by everybody else. So which is a very weird place to be in. You're just a lower mid-table bully, and that's not a good place to be. That's not a fun place to be. Like, World Eaters and Guard, I think, are both sort of competing at the moment for which faction's army feels the worst to play. Right? Right? Like, it's, you know, World Eater lists want to just go, like, full send, and I don't think they get overly rewarded for going, like, full send. Yeah, they're like the first act mini-boss. Yeah, exactly. So, there's not, so this is, some people might, you know, say, oh, you know, Guard versus World Eaters, you know, this is not a particularly hard matchup, but you've got to think about the state that Guard are in. Okay, think about the state that Guard are in, and then think about that before we start throwing around any assertions about, you know, oh, this is an easy game. Right? Now, the other thing to mention is that this game was playing against World Eaters was a perfect test for the list that I had built. Because the list that I've built here, I don't know how well it's going to do in a singles format, but this list that I've got, this super heavy Super Bullgryn list is designed for teams. And for those that don't know how teams tournaments work, it's basically designed so that I have somewhat control over the armies that I'm going to be playing into. Because those you know, like with teams tournaments, there's like a sort of mini game with like the pairings and all that kind of stuff. And so I kind of built this list because I want a list where I can say to my team captain, every fast-moving melee army, just throw me into it. Just throw me into it. Doesn't matter. Just throw me into it. And so I didn't know what Jez was bringing. I told you guys that I was bringing this list like 2 weeks ago. So don't anyone accuse me of list tailoring or anything like that. But when I saw what Jez was running, I was like, perfect. I didn't mean perfect as in, oh, I'm going to absolutely smash it. Oh, because I've no idea. I mean, right now, my process with guard is I assume I'm losing every game until otherwise notified, right? So the reason why I went perfect is because I was like, okay, this is a fast-moving, hard-hitting melee army. This is the exact thing that I have designed my list to be able to not shit itself and be able to take it on. Let's see how we do. And I will say this, right? As someone who's played guard for a really, really long time, it's a very novel feeling seeing a fast-moving melee army across the board and going, yes. Because I play guard very traditionally, where I take lots of infantry and I take lots of tanks. And in that kind of situation, your guard, with that kind of list, your guard doesn't really want to be facing a lot of fast-moving melee armies because they kind of run across the board. They mash your guard blobs up very quickly. You don't really have the ability to stop them in their tracks, and you sort of constantly, you try and whittle through them as quickly as you can, and sometimes you whittle through them quickly enough and you manage to win the game turn 4, turn 5. Sometimes you don't manage to get through them quick enough and you lose, you don't have enough time at the end to claw the points back. So that my experience of facing World Eaters traditionally is actually very, very bad. Like I have a very, very poor track record into World Eaters because of the way that I traditionally like to play guard. And I've always accepted that. I've been like, yeah, sometimes I'm just going to play World Eaters and I'm just going to get hoovered up. And that's fine because at least I'm playing the guard the way I want to play. But looking across the table and being like, yep, that's a lot of fast-moving melee stuff. That's a good thing. It's a very, very, very strange feeling for me. And I bet it's a bit of a strange feeling for a lot of guard players if they find themselves in this situation. So this was the board for deployment. So we were Purge the Foe versus Purge the Foe. Jez was in Berserker Warband. I took Purge the Foe off Steelhammer. And we're doing Layout 1. And if I look at Layout 1 here, holy shit, man. This is such a melee layout. Look at it. Oh, I'm going to stage here, and then I'm going to stage here, and then I'm going to butt fuck you. Your deployment zone is only here. Yeah. Yeah, so it's definitely you see some of these board layouts, you're just like, holy shit, man. Like, holy shit, these are some melee staging boards. But you know what? With my newfound Bullgryn power, I wasn't thinking, oh no, my opponent's going to stage against me. I thought, oh goody, I've got some places I can stage my Bullgryn. It's such a strange feeling. It's very unusual. So this was deployment. You can see where both armies are. The only thing you might not be able to see is my Hellhound on this flank. I actually think this Hellhound's a little bit misplaced here. But it was behind some cover, so I thought it was all right there. So we roll off, and Jez gets the first turn, and he basically just sort of goes full stage mode. So he brings Khan's Berserker Rhino over to here. He brings his Demon Prince, Mauler Fiend, and Predator over to here. He brings the Spawn up to here, and he just stages both units of 8 bound here. Now remember, like that might not look like 8 bound a stage, but you've got to think these guys can go really, really far. Like one of these units can advance and charge for like a stratagem or something mental. So yeah, they think about this. This unit of 8 bound you see right here will be in combat turn 2. That's how quick these motherfuckers are. Yeah, that's how brutal and quick these melee armies have got. Like most good melee armies now can cross the board they sort of stage a bit turn 1, and they can cross the board turn 2. Some of them could even cross the board turn 1. So you just have to be ready for that. Now, that's why my Bullgryn were here. Because I figured if he wants to, like, charge and if he wants to, like, go full send over here turn 1, you know, he can do. So I need to be ready for that. So we then go over to my turn, and you can see it's very obvious what my game plan is. This list is so fucking ridiculously easy to play. Like I cannot express how smooth brain this list is. You must become an Ogryn to play this list, and you will be rewarded for it. Because do you know what my game plan was? Put the Bullgryn up first, wait to get charged, shoot them. That was it. That was the entire game plan. So I pushed 2 units of Bullgryns up. And then I brought my Hellhound round to here. And I flamed the Mauler Fiend that was here, stripping cover off it. And then I shot all my heavy bolters and las cannons into the Mauler Fiend and killed that, but between that and the damage the Hellhound did, done. And then the Quake Cannon fired 10 shots into a Predator and fucking obliterated it. Because it's AP -4 ignores cover, so no save for Mr. Predator. I even rolled back. Out of 7 hits, I only got 3 wounds, and I still killed it. 12 damage. Flat damage 4. Yeah. Just awesome. So I blew those 2 units away, and then... But you got to think about it, like the Mauler Fiend. Okay, the Mauler Fiend's kind of a big deal, but blowing the Predator away wasn't really such a big deal in this matchup, because the Predator, yeah, it could do a long range las cannon fire, but I haven't got any transports for Jez to crack open. So yeah. So then we go over to the World Eater turn 2, and lo and behold, they're all over me like a bad rash. Unsurprisingly. Okay. Look at how far they have got across this board. It is mental. It is absolutely mental. It's absolutely bonkers. Karl's guys jumped out, charged into my Bullgryn. What's funny is Karl's guys jumped out, got within 2 inches of my Bullgryn. And then Jez was like, okay, I'm going to shoot my pistols. And I went, you don't want to do that. I have a surge move. And he went, Bullgryn have got a surge move? And I went, yep, for 1 command point, I have a surge move. And he was like, I don't want to shoot you. So that was very good, right? So even though I don't think he would have done any damage anyway, so it's fine. It's only bolt pistols and like a few plasma pistols. And then his Winged Demon Prince was able to fly forward. So obviously the Berserker's charging against the Bullgryns. The Winged Demon Prince gets to here, gets a nice long charge, and then decides, oh, I'm going to jump over the fight and charge into the Hellhound. That's fine. I kind of expected that. I wasn't that bothered. I figured, I've got, even if he kills the Hellhound and ties me Bane sword up, it doesn't matter because I'm in Steel Hammer. So if he, ties me up, I just sit in combat and go, oh, look, no penalty for being in combat. Just blast him away. So yeah. So I didn't really care if he tied me up. And then his other unit, and then his big unit of 8-bound led by a Slaughterbound went into my other unit, Bullgryn. Now the thing is, I had 2 command points in the bank. Oh, by the way, if you're wondering like what secondaries were happening, no one was doing any secondaries. But we were both playing the game plan of smash the fuck out of each other turn 2. Whoever emerges from the dust is going to collect all the secondaries at the end, because you can hold on to them now. So we were both just going, yeah, if it's one I can do on the way, I'll do it. If not, I'll just hold on to it till later turns. We both had exactly the same game plan. We'd both absolutely, we both clocked 11th edition Purge. Jez is a very experienced player. Like, he's a very chill player. He doesn't, doesn't like play super hard, doesn't, or anything like that. But he's a very experienced player. He's been playing since Rogue Trader. And so he could just glance at a game like 11th edition and just go, yep, I take Purge, I go full send, I collect secondaries at the end. Yeah. These two armies are too low IQ for secondaries. Exactly, right? You know, we're doing secondaries at the end, right? We'll do all the admin at the end, okay? Now, Jez charged in his... I overwatched his Berserkers, but only did like 1 damage to them. It was pretty pathetic. I rolled 111 on the Inferno Cannon and the Heavy Flame. It just happens that sometimes. You know, I wasn't that bothered. It was 3 damage, right? But then his Berserkers charged into my Bullgryn. Now, the Berserkers with Karn, with lethal and sustained hits and rerolling 1s to hit, managed to kill 4 Bullgryn, and I think like maybe wounded 1 of the Bullgryn as well. Now, one thing that I will say is that we didn't realize this until well after the combat. And because it was a tournament practice game, Jed just like owned his mistake so he could learn from it for the tournament. But apparently the slaughter bound gives you +1 to hit as well if you're within like 6 inches or something. I don't know if that's only for 8 bound. I didn't bother querying Jez on it. He just said, oh, it gives you +1 to hit. We didn't take that into account. So Jez did not hit on 2s. He hit on 3s. Now, I don't know if the slaughterbound would actually have been in range of the Berserkers for this. You can see there was quite a big gap there. Maybe it would have been, maybe it wouldn't have been. But even so, right, even if if he had been hit on 2s, there's a very good chance he would have killed all these Bullgryn. That's fine. Like, that doesn't actually really bother me if he kills all the Bullgryn. And as you'll see later, as you'll see in my turn 2, it makes absolutely no difference whether these Bullgryn live or die. Okay? So even though he missed out on potentially hitting on 2s, it made absolutely difference to the outcome of the game. All right? All right. So he brutalized these Bullgryn. Maybe he should have wiped them out. But I had 2 command points in the bank. So he went with his... I just knew this. So he went with his Berserkers first. And then I interrupted with my Bullgryn. Now, my Bullgryn were under the effects of the fixed bayonets order because of my Commissar. And fuck me, my Bullgryn's hitting on 2s, wounding on 3s. Putting these guys down to a 4-up save is brutal. Absolutely brutal. Jez, I think, used a stratagem to make the -1 damage. And he's still, like... he's still lost like 3 or 4 of them because I just basically didn't miss with 24 attacks. Basically didn't miss. I rolled really, I think I missed like 1, and then I only failed to wound like 4 or 5, and then it was just 4-ups. It's like yeah, it's just horrific. So yeah, I absolutely mashed up his slaughterbound and 8-bound, and then which is exactly what I wanted to happen. And then when they struck back, all their damage 1 weapons, basically, like damage 2 down to damage 1 weapons, basically did fuck all. And his slaughterbound was damage 3 because of an enhancement, but he went down to damage 2, so I was like, whatever. So and I've got a 4 from vulnerable saves. And you know what? I'm not going to lie, I spiked my 4-ups here. I didn't roll, that good on my 4-ups there. Like, I rolled pretty average on my 4-ups there. Here, I spiked my 4-ups because that's just what happens with 4-up saves. My entire list is, in this kind of matchup, my entire list is, if I roll well on my 4-ups, you lose. It's like playing Custodes. This is Guard Custodes. Imagine these are 2 big grav tanks. I'm playing Guard Custodes. I now know how Custodes players feel. It's incredible. Like, it's actually an incredible feeling. Like, it's actually almost made me want to play Custodes. Like, oh, this is what Custodes feel like. Yeah. So basically, he sends in this big wave. Oh, and his Demon Prince completely flubbed against my Hellhound. But he has tied it up, so it's not... So, and again, whether the Hellhound lives or dies makes absolutely no difference. You can all choose to imagine that this Hellhound has died if you want to. It will make no difference. So then we go over to my turn 2. That's the end of that's what the end of my turn 2 looks like. So... I fall back with the Bullgryn here. Again, if they were dead, it would have made no difference, right? But I fall back with the Bullgryn here. I fall back with the Hellhound. Again, if it's dead, it doesn't matter. If this is tied up, it doesn't matter, right? It makes no difference. But I fall back here, fall back here. I take the Bullgryn that were in combat with the 8-bound, and I fall them back into the Stormlord, because I'd measured that so that I could had that distance. And then I drive this, because it's got such a large carrying capacity. You can fit like 2 squads of Bullgryn in there if you want to. And then I took the Stormlord, drove it forward so that it was towing into the terrain here, and then disembarked the next unit of Bullgryn. And then in my turn, my Bane Sword just blows away, like without even breaking a sweat, just blows away the Demon Prince and Karl and his unit. Karl gets back up on a 2+, but whatever. And then this guy blows away the 8-bound. I put all my firepower into, I massively overkill into the 8-bound and Slaughterbound. And then my Bullgryn charge into the 8-bound over here. So exactly the game plan that I wanted. I took the charge of the World Eaters on the chin, stopped it, dead in its tracks, and then I blew him off the board. And then Jez went, yep, that's GG, and shook my hand. No salt, by the way. He didn't rage quit. But Jez went, yep, that's GG. Like, I can't do anything. And he's not even wrong. So what does, I mean, literally, what does Jez have left at this point? Jez has got one meaningful squad left, a unit of Berserkers. Those Berserkers can jump out, and even by some miracle, they wipe all of these Bullgryn. It doesn't matter, because I've got a Stormlord and another 4 Bullgryn, because there's 4 Bullgryn inside here, that can just jump out and kill them. And Khan, I could probably overwatch him to death. I mean, I've got 3 dice right here. Here you go. Let me roll it. Right, how much do I get on the Inferno Cannon? I got 7 on my Inferno Cannon. Oh, shit. Right, I dropped that dice. Let me try with another one. And 5. So Khan's got to survive 7 Inferno Cannon shots and 5 Heavy Flamer shots on Overwatch, or he dies. So he's probably dead there. And then, like, even like maybe he kills Cotiers. Right? Maybe that's the only thing he goes after. Doesn't matter. He's not going to achieve anything meaningful. So even if we say Khan comes in here, kills these Bullgryn, these Berserkers come in and kill these Bullgryn, doesn't matter. At that point, I basically wipe the World Eaters out. Brutal. Brutal, brutal, brutal. And that was the game. I have never, ever had a turn 2 win like that. I've never had a turn 2 win like that. Yeah. Alex Robinson, thank you for Super Chat. It's amazing how similar games with a list like this play out. Almost identical to mine against Dark Angels. Yep. Look, and I cannot express this enough. I didn't want to run this list. I feel like Horus in that Horus Heresy trailer. I never asked for this. I was just a perfectly happy little guy running my infantry blobs and my tanks. That's all I wanted to do. I didn't want to run this list. Not against a mate like Jez. This is not the kind of guard that I like to play. I've never played guard to table people like this. But this is what 11th edition has made me become. And here's the thing. I don't know if this list is going to work into every single matchup. But I have a really strong feeling that this list is going to do well into a lot of fast-moving melee armies. We guard prefer fluffy lists. This almost feels bad. They're turning us into monsters. Exactly. And you know what the funny thing is? GW can literally solve this problem by just giving us our fluffy list back. It'll work fast against fast melee, but how it'll do against Tau, I have no idea. I mean, there's a very strong chance with Tau it drops down, picks all 18 Bullgryns up, and then I cry. Yeah, maybe. But Tower's so OP at the moment, right? It feels like such a cheap way to win. It is. Oh, 100%. This is an absolute full-bore stat check. It's a full bore stat check. That's what it is. You are going to place this list down, and some games you're going to look at your opponent's army and go, yep, they've won. And sometimes you're going to look at your army and go, yep, I've won. It's the Friend Destroyer 9000. And do you know what? Do you know what the funny thing is? This is exactly how we're incentivized to play. And what you've also got to realize is guys, think about this for a moment. Every single turn, admittedly it was only 2 turns, but every single turn, I killed more than I lost. As guard, I was the superior Purge the Foe list. Because, when you think about it, I only have 5 units. I have 5 units. The World Eaters could go absolute Billy Big Bollocks, take out like a couple of units, even if they took out 2 to Bullgryn, and then I go, okay, and then go, and just blast them off. Yeah. This is, yeah, so this is a horrific list. But it's a complete and utter stat check. And this never needed to happen. This never needed to happen. This never needed to exist. It didn't need to go this way, Games Workshop. It didn't need to go this way. We didn't want to play this way. We wanted our infantry blobs. But this is what you've got now. This is what we've got now. This is what you've got to deal with now. Yeah, there you go. So, well, how do I think... No, so I think this list is... I don't think this list is... I mean, do you know what I was going to say? I love this list. I know I said, like... Oh, I don't want to play like this. I don't really want to play like this against like a mate and everything. But no, like I'll tell you why I love this list, okay? Because this was the... I kid you not. This was the easiest list I have ever piloted. By far. I had to put 0 effort into how this list plays. This list is literally just like a below, like this list is a room temperature IQ list. Obviously it's easy. It's only 5 units. Yeah, exactly. Hellhound remove cover, Coaches remove cover, blast the enemy off the board, general strategy, don't care. Yeah. This was the easiest list to deploy, to pilot. I knew exactly what I was doing from minute 1. Yep. Horrific. Absolutely bloody horrific. Element Glory, what took more effort, playing this list or ordering the models? It was more difficult building and painting the models than it was. And it was more difficult building and painting the models, and the vast majority of the models in this list are from Warlord Games, who have some of the best sprue ergonomics in the industry. So that tells you how easy this list was to pilot. Guard got to do what it has to do. Yep. Forget Knights being the gatekeeper. Guard just plonked down 2 super heavies and a bunch of bouncers at the door. Yep. This list never needed to exist, but it's here now. Bobby 2000, they asked for this. Yeah, watch the guards shape the meta as we ruin/conquer every disposition one by one. Yeah. Mr. Stark, I don't feel so good. But yeah, so does 18 Bullgryn and 2 super heavies work? Yep. Is it going to work every single time? No. Is it going to be brain dead to pilot, a ton of fun to play, and are you going to be able to, at a GT, get absolutely smashed on the beers and still probably go 3-2, depending on matchups? Yeah, probably. It's literally a list where you could just drink beer, eat pretzels, roll dice, and just your opponent across the table is just sweating. They're sweating bullets, whilst you're just like, oh yeah, so I really like this game called Conflict 47. Your phone's like, please, I just need to concentrate on my strategy. You're like, oh, I really quite like playing the Soviet Union. That's what this list is all about, right? Yeah, there you go. This is the list. This is the list where the entire 40k community goes, you know what? Maybe we judged K47 too harsh. Guard players, if you want to go play that, like, you know what? Go and play it, man. You know what? Hell, we'll buy you your first star army. Just go and play that instead. And then they want us to leave. Yeah, something. They probably want us to leave. Yeah, there you go. So people are asking me how expensive this list is. It's really not that bad. You could probably get this entire list for under 400 quid. Because if you buy the... if you buy the land-snacked ogres from Wargames Atlantic, you need 2 boxes of them. That's £60 from Wargames Atlantic itself. Then you get 2 Baneblades, and from like a discount retailer at 15% off, they're probably going to come in at 100 quid each. So that's 260. And then you've got 2 tech priests. I mean, you've got two tech priests, 3 commissars, and courtiers. So, but if you just don't buy the characters new in boxes, like convert them up or buy some third-party ones. Do you know what I mean? So if we say about a tenner per character, that's another 60. So we're on 320, and the Trucker Hellhound in there, probably looking at about another 30. Probably get a Temu Hellhound for like £4, something ridiculous. Yeah. So I mean, you're looking at I'm being generous I'm being conservative, I should say, saying 10 quid per character. You probably do it for way less, right? Way less. So it's really up to you how you want to do it. But I mean, you could probably build all the characters out of like a Le Grognard command box. Do you know what I mean? There's a few, yeah, exactly. You can definitely get characters cheaper than buying them off GW, right? So if realistically this list is going to cost about 300 to 400 quid. So it's not, the best bit is, it's not even prohibitively expensive. It's not cheap, but that's kind of like Custodes level expensive. So this is a list that almost any prospective guard player could get their hands on. That's what makes it even scarier in my mind. That's what makes it even more horrific. That this isn't like when the AdMech had the Chicken Walker. The Chicken Walker spam, and you had to spend like £1,000 on Chicken Walkers. This is not even that. I think if you were a savvy buyer, if you were a little savvy wargamer, you could get this list for under 300 quid. You could get, and that's not having a 3D printer either. I'm pretty certain you could get yourself some kind of eBay. You could get like some secondhand eBay Rescue Baneblade or something. There's loads of ways you could bring this cost down. I reckon you could get this list for between 300 quid to $500. If you were savvy and did a bit of eBay rescuing and so on and so forth. And to me, that's the scariest thing about this list. Because anyone could run it. This is the AK-47 of lists. It's not that expensive from a wargame perspective. It's not expensive. It's easy to pilot, and it's effective. You could take this list and give it to someone who was pretty much new to playing the guard, and they'd be able to get wins with it. That's it. We had Doombolt at the end of 11th. At the end of 10th. At the beginning of 11th, we've got AK-40. We've got AK guard. That's it. It's the AK guard list. Brutal, simple, effective, and affordable. At least that's what I think. But of course, all of this is just like my opinion, man. If you're watching this post live, let me know what you think down in the comment section below, because I'll probably do an after action report out of this. And if you're watching this live right now, let me know your thoughts. What do you think of this list? Chat, give me your hot takes. All right, let's see what people are saying. Honestly, it was a honestly, it's such a brutal list. I'm taking this to teams now. That's the list that's the list I'm taking to teams. Do you know what? This ice pack cured my eye. You know how I was like having a problem? I've been having a problem with my eye all day, and all I need to do is put an ice pack on it for literally 30 seconds, and it was fine. 30 seconds to a minute. Yeah. AK-47. Yeah. Also K-47. There you go. Check super chats. Yes, I'll choose super chats now. Let's have a look here. Whispering Monk, thank you for super chat. Cheat code for Cotiers / Space Marines unlocked in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Let's have a look here. So if I take Wizard Cotiers in my Space Marine Librarius Conclave detachment, and then I have Cotiers leading a Space Marine Intercessor squad, they fulfill the battle line Imperium infantry requirement. Does that mean that Cotiers now gets take advantage of the Librarius Conclave detachment rules? Detachment says friendly Adeptus Astartes Psyker units. Bold is fulfilled by the Intercessors, and Italic is filled by Cotiers. Yeah, it looks good to me, man. Yep. In fact, you could do that with any of the... you could do that with... is Draxus a Psyker as well? Yeah, that actually works. I guess the big question is, do you want... I mean, what else is battle line for Space Marines? That's the big question. Is there a better unit to do it with than... So I think that does work. I guess my big question is there a better unit to do it with than... I mean, you could do that with heavy intercessors as well. Can you take 10 heavy intercessors in a squad? Yes, you can. What weapons do they have? Heavy bolt rifles and shit? And heavy bolters? I mean, I'd do it with heavy intercessors, man. Yeah, yeah. So I'd put Cotiers. I mean, good old tactical. You've got the good old tactical Marines as well, but I'd put Cotiers in a squad of 10 heavy intercessors and be like, I'm gonna start his Psyker. I'm gonna start his Psyker. Yep, because then Cotiers lets them ignore cover because of Librarius Conclave, and then you have heavy, so they'd hit on twos. Yeah, they'd hit on twos because they're heavy naturally. Heavy says an Anvil Siege is brutal. What does Anvil Siege do? Let me have a look. They have heavy if they already have this ability each time attack is based weapon, attack model, unit stationary, add 1 to the wound roll. Wow. Oh, but no, there's a difference between remaining. So Anvil Siege doesn't help, does it? Because there's a difference between remaining stationary and gaining heavy. So yeah, I don't think you need heavy intercessors in that. Because the +1 to wound probably wouldn't help you because you'd be you'd have to move 3 inches. But the change lets them move 3 inches? I don't think so. Doesn't well, I'll tell you what does heavy say? No. So heavy wouldn't save you. So heavy gives you +1 to hit. But heavy, if you move, you don't count as having remained stationary, even if you move under 3 inches. So the moment that you move, you don't get the +1 to wound. I think Anvil specifically calls out remaining stationary. It does. It does. So you can't move 3 inches or less. You can't move 3 inches, get heavy, and get Anvil bonus. You either move 3 inches and get heavy, or you stay still and get heavy and Anvil bonus. Yeah. So it's a little different. Still very good. Still very, very good. Yeah. Ceramite Sentinels. What does that do? Roll a hit, roll a 1. Roll a wound, roll a 1. I mean, yeah. I mean, absolutely. I think Ceramite Sentinels is great. Like, just with heavy incessant stuff. Tor Galden is cracked. Yeah, I bet he is, man. Like, you could have Cotiers leading 1 unit of heavy intercessors, Tor Galden leading another unit of heavy intercessors, and then 3 librarians leading a bunch of other units just for, like, ignoring cover and just be like, yeah. Nice. Battleline attachment may be the way to go with intercessor spam. Yeah. I'm getting there, Eddie. Eddie, I'm literally answering someone else's super chat before getting to yours. Please don't spam the chat, okay? Like I said, I was getting to him, all right? I said I was getting to him. In fact, yours is literally next in the queue, all right? So let me have a look here. I feel now. Do you know what, Eddie? I feel like skipping yours now, making you wait longer. I don't really. I'm teasing. Eddie Alston, thank you for super chat. Check Discord. I made a cover rule to fix 11th edition. Let's have a look. So I made up cover rules that could fix 11th edition -1 ballistic skill mechanic, 10th plus 10th plus save mechanic 2. Let me know what you think. With the older improved save system instead of +1 to save, I would first solve cover, making it so: first, subtract AP to know your armor save. Second, apply rerolls accordingly. For 6+, you reroll 1, 2s, and 3s. For 5+, you reroll 1s and 2s. For 4+, you reroll 1s. For 3+, you reroll 1s. For 2+, you don't reroll. Here is the stats: 2+ save without cover, 3+ save without cover, 4+ save without cover, 5+ save without cover. I don't get it. I'm gonna be honest, man. I don't get it at a glance. It seems very complicated. So is it basically the enemy gets minus? Is it just the old 10th edition mechanic and then they get rerolls on their saves? You now reroll saves in this manner for models in cover. Wait, so do you subtract AP or don't you subtract AP? Because if you don't subtract AP, it would say that AP is still relevant, like AP1, but if you do, then AP1 wouldn't be relevant. Cover applies almost statistical modifier. I'm gonna be honest, man. I don't get it, and I don't agree with cover giving you reroll on saves. Cover saves make you reroll. I don't agree with that. Like, please. I know you've been patiently waiting for me to go over your idea, and then it seems like I'm shitting on your idea, and I know that can be really disappointing, and I don't mean to do it in that do that at all. So don't think I'm being mean. Don't think I'm being a dickhead. Okay, I always just give my honest answers back, and I will. And I know what you're going for with the idea. Okay, but I'm going to give you 2 reasons why I don't like it. Firstly, it means more dice are being rolled, which means the game is slowing down. 40k already has a huge problem with too many rerolls. If we start having rerolls on the attacks, rerolls on the wounds, and then rerolls on the saves, we're never going to get anywhere. It's going to be it's every single activation every single part of the process is being done twice. So I don't like it for that. It's going to slow the game down. And 2, I also have I have PTSD from rerolling saves in 7th edition, which I know seems like a long time ago, but there was a huge problem in old editions where like you could get rerollable saves on certain units, and it made those units very, very difficult to kill. Yeah. So I appreciate, and don't get me wrong, I applaud you and I appreciate you for taking a go. You know, fucking throwing your hat in the ring, giving it a fucking go, and coming up with something. All right. So I really do applaud that, and I'm not buttering you up or wanking you off or anything like that. I'm being honest. I actually applaud you for giving it a go, but I don't agree with this being the right way to do it. Okay? But I would say, you know, have another go at it, have another stab at it, and see if you can come up with another thing. I personally, I think it's a hot, bold, steamy take. I'd go back to the old AP system and the old cover system. 6 up, 4 up. 6 up, 5 up, 4 up. Yeah. Where AP, you either get a save or you don't. And then it encourages you to stick to cover, so you get a cover. And then you don't need Ignore's cover, but Ignore's cover can be very helpful. Yeah. So there you go. That's the way I'd do it. But it's not just go back to the old ways. It's a case of that's a system which I think works better. I changed a system where I get covered, my opponent doesn't. Yeah. Old World doesn't run into this problem because Old World doesn't have terrain. Exactly. And Old World shooting is generally a lot less of an issue. Didn't Old World just get an amazing FAQ today that everyone's really happy with? How do you feel about the old toughness system where you couldn't hurt things that were much tougher? Love it. Totally agree. Cuts down the amount of dice that gets rolled. No point in shooting a bunch of las guns if they're not going to do anything. Yeah. Huge. It's more immersive. It doesn't matter how many times I shoot a las gun at Imperial Knight, it's not going to do anything. Yeah. So yeah, I massively think the old system was better. The longer that time has gone on, the more I have become convinced of what I thought back in 8th edition, which is I think there's going to be some issues with these fixed to hit values and always being able to win on 6s. And the longer that time has gone on, the more I've been proven correct. Yeah. What have we got next? Got some more super chats coming in here. Where were we? That we had Eddie. Alex Robinson, I did yours before about going into the Dark Angel list. Lich fan in general. You want me to be the bad guy? Fine. Now I'm the bad guy. Yep. I was happy. Imagine this, guys. Imagine I never would have been motivated to build this list if I just had blobs of infantry that were viable. Now the cat's out the bag. Now Pandora's box has been opened. It's going to be very difficult to convince people not to run this guard list. Very difficult. Yeah. Alex Robinson, thank you for another super chat, bro. If I remember right, the list comes out to roughly 1950 points. Did you take Titan Killer or did you take another Shipman shirt for objectives and screening? So I'll tell you what the list was, man, so you can see it. So I took Abhuman Auxiliaries and Steel Hammer, 3 Commissars with Exemplar of Duty, 2 Tech Priests. By the way, don't worry about the equipment. I assume it's all got the best equipment, right? Bane Sword with Battalion Commander, Stormlord with Assault Hatches, 18 Bullgryn, 1 Hellhound, and 1 Cotiers. And that's it. That's the list that I ran. It was very, 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 very simple. Yeah. It was very, very simple. Do I think it's an unbeatable list? No. Wait, multiple commissars allowed that same enhancement? They sure are. It's an upgrade. Even if they weren't, it would have made no difference. Because the Commissars never had to strike anything. But yeah, it is an upgrade. Just being able to order... Yeah, I would happily have just had my Commissars walking around on their own, just ordering the Bullgryn. Yeah, yeah. Ho ho! This is it, guys. This, I'm telling you, right? Why the Bane Sword? Because its main gun ignores cover. And it's very, very punchy. It's D6 plus 6, strength 16, AP minus 4, flat 4 damage. Even if someone has reduced damage by 1, you're still ripping chunks out of them. And it's slightly cheaper than the Storm Sword. Yeah. Mordied Empire Greatswords just gained Furious Charge. Fuck me, my dick can't get any harder. I've got 30 Empire Greatswords that still need to be painted. I could run full Empire Greatsword army. Yeah, yeah. Did Veteran Cell Swords get it for Renegade Crowns? Please, please, please. Yeah. What is the best main gun for a Rust Commander? I think the Exterminator autocannon now, mate. I think it is. Yeah. Exterminator autocannon or Executioner plasma cannon. Best thing is that you don't need to pick between those two because you get 2 turrets in the box. So you can have both. Yeah. Banesword also causes enemy vehicles or monsters to blow up on a 3+ when they die, so it causes chain reaction. Yep, and that's exactly what it did. I blew up the Predator and it went... Did a bunch of mortal wounds around it. Yeah. I mean, here's the thing, right? Can I be a bit arrogant, chat? Can I wank myself off for a moment? Have I earned the right to do that? Have I earned the right to be a little bit insufferable? Just for a moment. Undead Pank. No. Well, I'm probably going to do it anyway. So you might as well. It's your stream, Morty. It's your stream, so no. Aren't you always anyhow? I mean, I often am. No, you've heard nothing. I'm just going to say it. I have seen some doom and gloom out there. And I understand why. Guard is in a bad place. Hell, I've been feeling very, very down. And I've seen a lot of content creators, a lot of people on forums, a lot of people on Reddit who have just been like, yeah, guard shit, nothing you can do, the end is nigh, all that kind of stuff. But from this day forth, every single one of you, from the lowliest conscript to the highest High Marshal, you put your faith in me. I told you that we've had it too easy for the last 3 years. I told you this was the time when the guard get going. When we're at our lowest, that's when we're at our best. And once again, send me to the black ships. We always have somewhere to pivot to. We always have some way of improvising, adapting, and overcoming. We always have some way of making them rue the day that they doubted the guard. And you know what? I didn't hear no bell. I didn't hear no bell. And if this is what we have to do If this is what we have to do, if we have to break the game to save the game, then this is what we will do. Your list is close to bumper cars, then, guard. It is! But we never wanted this. This is not the way we want to play. But this is the way we will play. This is the way they took away all of our Legends models. They took away all of our fun models. Hell, they took away Strachan from us. At every turn, we tried and tried and tried to keep pivoting to those fun armies, to keep pivoting to those guard armies. You know what they say? You know what they say? Never. What's that saying? Never push the quiet man to drawing his sword. Because when he does, he will unleash a terrible fury of the likes of which you have never seen. Never push the guard players to drawing their bayonets. Never push it. Never push us. We have drawn our Bane swords. We have drawn our Bane swords. And now... Yeah. And now they will learn. They will learn. And I make this pledge to the GW Spy right now. If you give us low-costed infantry back, we will put the genie back in the bowl. We will close Pandora's box for you. But until you do, and if you nerf our Bane swords, if you nerf our Bullgryn, we'll find something else. We'll always find something else. So, you're not going to beat us with nerfs. You're only going to beat us by giving us what we want. This is a hostage situation, GW. We will ruin 11th edition, and I mean properly fucking ruin it for so many people until you give us our Vibe Guard back. There you are. Think about every new player with their two halves of Armageddon box smashed together facing into the list that I just showed off. Think about that. Think about the experience they're going to have. You think they're going to be a customer for 2 years? You think they're going to fill the bucket for 2 years? They won't fill the bucket for 2 weeks. They won't fill it up for fucking 2 games. They'll be out. They'll be like, this is fucking bullshit. What is this fucking game? We're not trapped in 11th edition with them. They're trapped in 11th edition with us. Morder, I disagree. This is what GW wants. They want us to turn to the meta, to suck on its tainted teat. Going meta only proves them right. They will just nerf it, so I have something to say. So Newbie, they're going to nerf it. So Newbie, they're going to nerf us anyway. They've all... Look. Appeasement doesn't work. There's only one thing which works. Force. Naked force has solved more conflicts than anything else in human history. We need to show them naked force. That's it. Yeah, Starship Dreamers. I love that Jenny got it. Yeah, absolutely. My friend says that meta never solves anything. Really. Wonder how he'd feel staring down a towel retaliation cadre. He probably wouldn't feel anything. He'd quit the game after playing against it once. Exactly. There you are. Only difference is Starship Troopers had the mobile infantry. Here, we ain't got any infantry. I got infantry. I got full blood. Okay. I got the best goddamn infantry. I got the loyalist infantry. I got the bestest boys. The Bullgryns. Big Bullgryn boys. Big bold boys. Big bold boys. Oh, we don't count as infantry. I got a keyword that says they do, baby. Yeah. We got infantry, they're 6'20", killing for fun. Sub-room temperature IQ lads don't count as infantry. Well, my God, someone better tell the Marine Corps because they're going to have to reclassify all those new recruits. You are now technically counted as a vehicle. You ate too many crayons. There you go. All right, we got some more super chats coming in here. Marines count as equipment. Yeah, that's true. Marines count as weapons. That's true. Yeah, they subdue it with the crayons. Yeah. Ogren now have to take a leadership test every time they move, shoot, or fight. A failure results in instant death. Can you believe I used to work for GW? There you go. You are now legally a logistics implement. There you go. Element Glory call it recon enforced since in the law, Baneblade tanks are scout tanks with Dark Age technology. Yeah, apparently so, aren't they? Yeah. There we are. All right. What do we got here next? Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat. Happy to see the Shatterlord in K47. Idea in stream discussion. I did use the Shatterlord there. That is true. It's a great vehicle, man. It's so funny because it's when I first got it, I didn't really have much chance to use it because it wasn't that good. But now Cosmic, you're going to see it in all sorts of games. Yeah. Number one, I'm happy to see you take the Shatterlord. Also, big sad, no Bloodpack Bullgryn. I just wanted them all to be matching, just so that my opponents knew that everything was the same. I think I know what to do for my next K47 army, and as a baller on a budget, I've been looking at the bits I have, and I'm starting to lean towards the Soviets. But as a rogue army of conscripts and scrappers from a rogue faction, the Siberian Scrappers, using equipment that they gathered from wherever and whenever. And are always seeing scavenging battlefields against anyone if they deem the risk well enough for the technology. And it's really driving me towards this. I still have a ton of leftover kits from Wargames Atlantic. Now I'm just brainstorming. I'm now just in the brainstorming phase now, but I think this might be the next direction for me for K47, which leads to ask how big is the Russian Walker compared to a standard soldier or a 40k tank? Which Russian Walker? Do you mean the Molot? The Kazakh? Do you mean the Kazakh, the Molot, or the Mastodon? Because the Mastodon and the Mammoth are both the size of the Wotan. The Molot, okay. I can show you next to a linebacker if you want. So you've got I think that for you that's probably the best measurement, right? I love my Molot. I absolutely love my Molot, man. I love this fucking thing. So the Molot is about as with including the arms of the linebacker, it's about as broad as a linebacker and about half an inch shorter. Okay, so it's about the same broadness. It's about the same, including guns. It's about the same. It's very similar. It's very similar to the linebacker. It's in terms of like its body, it's a lot chunkier. But in terms of like taking the arms of the linebacker into account, it's very similar to a linebacker. Yeah. Forget the metric system. I use linebackers. Exactly right. Yeah. All right. So hopefully that should help. All right. What have we got next? We have got Ill Will, thank you for super chat. Going to a team tournament soon. Newest player in our team playing guard. What should he play to keep games fun for him and close against more experienced players? Other members can lend units. Honestly, the list the list I just Ill Will, the list I highlighted. 18 Bullgryn, Banesword, Stormsword, Banesword, Stormlord, 3 Commissars, 2 Tech Priests, Coaches, and a Hellhound. That would be the easiest list for him to pilot. Super smooth brained, super easy for him to pilot, pretty fun as well. And will basically in a team's event, you just chuck him into every like fast moving assault army, and you just say put the Bullgryns up front, put the super heavies at the back, and then the enemy laminates themselves on his Bullgryns, and then you just blast them off the board. Yeah, that's what honestly the list that what was the second to last unit? It's 3 Commissars with Exemplar of Duty, 3 units of 6 Bullgryns, 1 Banesword with Battalion Commander, 1 Stormlord with Assault Hatches, 2 Tech Priest Engine Seers, Inquisitor Courtiers, and a Hellhound. That's the full list. All right. Travis, thank you for the 45 months, man. X-Force, baby! Hold the line, baby! There you go. Lurking for 11th. Baby, you were lurking before 11th, and now you're lurking in 11th, baby. There you go. There you are, man. Dude, great to still have you here, and thank you for your continued support. Florida Eccentric, thank you for super chat. K47 British list in stream discussion. Yeah. Here you go. 9 order dice, 8 rift dice, 1495 points. B for Bertie. Don't see anymore. Peak list. B for Bertie. Mark 2C automated director with a couple of extra bozos. Everyone's got the light Tesla cannons, which is awesome. Mark 1 automated infantry with MMGs and combat blades. Mark 2 automated infantry with Tesla cannons. Love that. Heavy weapon platoon, officer in Galahad armor with heavy Tesla rifle. Couple of extra bozos with him. Automated mobile platform Lancer. Automated mobile platform Bombardier. Hornet medium walker. Humber armored car. Okay. I mean, I'm kind of curious as to why you don't take the automated platoon over the assault platoon. The only thing you need to do for the automated platoon is to find 2 more Mark 1s in your list. I mean, I would drop the officer in Galahad armor and then get 2 more Mark 1s and then just run 2 squads of 5. And that's probably what I would do. I mean, then you get all the benefits of the automated platoon. Other than that, I think the list looks great. Oh, I wouldn't take the Humber inexperienced. Like, no way. Yeah, I wouldn't. Do you know what I honestly would do? You're better off taking the Hornet on its own in a Walker platoon and taking it as veteran than taking it as regular and the Humber as inexperienced. Yeah. Even then, I think you can probably... Yeah. Yes, that's my opinion. I would definitely consider squeezing in the automated platoon, and I definitely wouldn't take an inexperienced Humber. That's my hot takes. All right. I keck, therefore I meme. Thank you for the super chat. To fix 11th, lower the range of all shooting profiles, save indirect fire. Hit on a 6+ outside of half range for infantry. Ballistic skill if within half range. So, you see, the thing is, I like what you're trying to do, and I agree in principle. But the thing is, there's such an easy way of fixing 11th. Just go back to the old ways. Now, I'm not saying you have to, you have to go, or you have to basically play 4th edition. But what I mean is, in 4th edition, rapid fire weapons could only fire at their maximum range if you stayed still. If you moved, you could only fire within half range, within rapid fire range. I played 3 games of 4 games of 4th editions with those rules. It was amazing how quickly it sped the game up. And it was amazing how prevalent it made assault weapons feel. Because assault weapons, they could move and shoot without having their... They always fired at their maximum range, but they generally had like a range of like 18 inches typically. But Stormbolters were like 24-inch. Stormbolters weren't rapid fire. They were 24-inch range assault. Yeah. There's so many... Yeah, so I applaud what you're doing. I applaud the idea, but honestly, there's so many very easy ways to fix 11th edition without even having to come up with new ideas. It's literally just called taking the best bits from all editions. Yeah. Scribbles, thank you 21 months. XLB. Similar list review in stream discussion. Let's have a look, man. Commissar with Bullgryn Squad, Commissar with Bullgryn Squad, Baneblade with Battalion Commander, Rust Commander, Tech Priest, Hellhound, 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 Exterminator, Exterminator. Yep. That looks really good. Yeah. 2 big bricks of Bullgryn. Baneblade with Orders, plenty of Hellhounds, plenty of Exterminators. Yeah, I mean, I think that list would be amazing. You just fucking rip through. If I had that list in the game I played today, I probably would have been all right. Yeah. Yeah. Solid list, mate. Solid list. This is what I mean. Just literally wall. We win 11th edition with just walls of Bullgryn and firepower. That's how we win. That's how we bring this edition to its needs. Just here is an unstoppable brick. Here is an unbreakable brick wall, and here is enough firepower to blow you off the board in 2 turns. Yeah. Question about it staying. I don't know if you'll go hammer. Oh, Kerensky. Sorry. So let me get you. Sorry. Let me get you in due time. I've got to go with the super chats first. Princess Drusus, thank you for the 4 months. I tune in, and first thing I hear is Naked Force. That's because you're an MG stream, baby. Remember the golden rule: the stream will degenerate soon. The Krampus, thank you for super chat. My 11th edition list in stream discussion. My list going to 11th. Did you bring enough anti-tank? Steel Hammer, exactly 2,000 points. Purge the Foe. Storm Sword, Battalion Commander, Heavy Flamers. Storm Sword, Titan Killer and Heavy Flamers. Bane Sword, Heavy Flamers. 3 times Tech Priests, Engine Seers, Canis Rex. Yep. That's a stat check. That's a stat check right there. Makes sense to me. I don't know why you're going Heavy Flamers, though. I take Heavy Balls, man. I guess because they ignore cover, right? Yeah. I guess the only concern I really have with that list is the lack of ignores cover. I think you probably want... Yeah, I think you probably want ignores. All of those ignores cover. No, but what I mean is you're being forced to take Heavy Flamers. Aren't you? And Heavy Flamers aren't that good. Remember, there's only 5D... It's only 4D6 Heavy Flamers coming out of those vehicles. Yeah. I think you probably do want to be able to strip cover. It makes such a difference. I would say this. If you have that list and you don't need to buy anything, run it. But don't be surprised if you have to drop like one of the super heavies, maybe Canis, maybe maybe the Bane Sword or whatever, maybe one of the Storm Swords, whatever it might be. But don't be surprised if you have to drop one super heavies and actually get some cover stripping in there as well. All right, all right. Just so that you can get all, because those heavy bolters really add up, man. They really do. Like I had 30 twin linked heavy bolter shots, and I was fucking grateful for them. The damage too is excellent. I don't think I would have done the damage that I did if I didn't have them. So just worth being aware of. All right. What have we got here? List for the weekend tournament linked in stream discussion. Matsu Mac. Let's have a look. You have got Commissar, Exemplar of Duty. Commissar, Exemplar of Duty. Rogel Dawn Commander, Grand Strategist. Rogel Dawn Commander, Tepris Engine Seer. Bullgryn, Hellhound, Exterminator, Vank. Scout Scent. What detachment are you in? Intake and Hold? What the fuck does Grand Strategist do? Isn't that just like the redeploy thing? I wouldn't take the redeploy thing. Yes, sack Grand Strategist off. That's a bag of shit. Are you in armored infantry? Okay. You're in armored infantry, but you're not taking advantage of armored infantry. The main advantage of armored infantry is that you can get your orders for cheap. And Grand Strike gives extra orders. Not in armored infantry, it doesn't. In combined arms, it does. Not in armored infantry, my friend. It's fucked. Yep, that's right. There are two enhancements that have the same name, that do two completely different things. Welcome to 11th edition. Welcome to modern GW. Yeah. Let me show you, man. You're gonna shake your head. You're gonna fucking shake your head, man. Look at this shit. Look. Grand Strategist inside armored infantry. Officer models only after both players have deployed their armies. Blah 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 blah. Redeploy. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, it's so weird. Yeah, it's so weird. So you could, if you don't want to change your list, then I would definitely go in Hammer of the Emperor with your list. I think you'll do a lot better. Hammer of the Emperor's only 2, isn't it? Yeah. If you want to stay in armored infantry, and it's entirely possible to stay in armored infantry, this is how we do it. All right. Let me just work out some points here. Can I take a second? Okay, I think I can tweak your list. All right. Because you kind of want to stay in armored infantry because you want the combined fire stratagem. So bear with. Let me do a little bit of the old, let me use new recruit. Let me do a bit of the old tweaking. All right. I don't know what units you've got available, so this might not work, but let me have a look here. Okay. All right. So let's go. Battle size, 2K, detachment, armored infantry, human auxiliaries, forces position. We've got to go and take and hold. Fine. Let's just keep Imperial agents because we might want a little courtiers. Okay, so let's go. I think I can build this. So let's go for a couple of Rogie Ds. All right, but we'll go for regular Rogie Ds. All right, it'll save us a few points, and we'll get what we want out of it. All right. And then let's go for, what did you have in your list? Is it paste bin here? Yeah, okay. Let's go 2 commissars, 2 Bullgryn squads. Okay. Commissar. Enhancements. Exemplar of duty. Okay, 2 of them. Let's take a Bullgryns. Sorry, I'm gone past it. Bullgryn squad. Max them out. ×2. Okay. Now let's look at the what other tanks did you have on the list? That's the wrong one. That one. There you go. You've gone for Exterminator and then 2 Vanquishers. Well, we need the 2 Hellhounds first. I'm still going to the wrong one again. What is this meme? Right? Fuck's sake. Right. Over to here. Let's go for a couple of Hellhounds. I might swap the 2 Hellhounds out for something else, but a couple of Hellhounds for now. Okay. And then let's go for 2 Exterminators. All right. I know we might be dropping a tank here, but bear with. Now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 vehicles that want orders. I really think I can get this to where I want to. Definitely. Okay, so let's go for that's a good point. It will actually save us points. Yeah. 2 of them. Two of them. Perfect. Okay, so what we have here is 2 of the so each one of these chimeras. So what we give these chimeras, by the way, is we go for heavy flamers. Okay, so and you take 2 of them like that. All right. So well, yeah, each one of these can do 2 tank orders because you're in armored infantry. The great thing about this as well is each one of these can also act as a pseudo hellhound for the combined fire stratagem, right? Because they are armored skirmishers, right? So you've got 2 hellhounds in your. So really, what you have in this list is actually like 4 hellhounds, which is excellent. Okay, so you've got 2. These guys are having a great time. These guys go inside the chimeras. If the chimeras die, it doesn't matter because even if they take a hazardous check and fail it, you've got 4 wounds at Castellan. So you take 3 wounds, but you don't die. So really good. So that gets you all the Rogal Dawns you wanted. That gets you 2 Exterminators, which is excellent. Yeah, you're down 1 Vanquisher, but I'm really not that convinced about the Vanquisher in 11th. It's okay. It's fine. It's not totally GG dead, but it's definitely, I'm definitely more on double Exterminator. Yeah. Now, one thing you could do if you wanted, now obviously you've got 80 points left over. Okay. Now, one thing you could do if you wanted to is drop one of the Hellhounds and instead take Inquisitor Cotiers, and that gives you 110 points left over, and that could allow you to take 2 individual Scout Sentinels if you want to do those. And the great thing about those Scout Sentinels is, again, they also count as armored skirmishers, so more option, great for doing actions and everything. They also give you access to reroll 1s because of Daring Recon, and they also can count as armored skirmishers for combined fire. So this list literally never runs out of stripping, of not ignoring cover, stripping cover. Cotiers strips it, the Sentinel strip it, the Hellhound strips it. You're having a great one. Yeah. So you could do that. So I think you either go down Cotiers, either go down that route, take advantage of Cotiers, because I used him today and he was really good. Or you go for the double Hellhound route, have 80 points left over, and kind of spend it on whatever you feel like. Yeah. I mean, there's you could use it to potentially you could take something like you could take a little unit of Rough Riders, which is never a bad choice. Yeah. In fact, it depends what cavalry you've got available. Yeah. How the Scout Sentinel strip cover? Because of this stratagem in armored infantry. So this is why armored infantry is the best attachment in the guard. If you don't want to play like 18 Bullgryn, because anything that is, so it says anything that has 12 wounds or less is an armored skirmisher. And then combined fire basically turns any armored skirmish unit into a Hellhound because you hit an enemy unit and they can't benefit from cover. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, that's the that's what so you might think. So you might be thinking, so the reason why I prefer the list that I've come up with over the list that you've come up with is because yes, we have lost one Vanquisher. Overall, we've lost one Vanquisher, okay? But we've gained 2 Chimeras, and we've made our orders more resilient. Because even if your Castellan pops out of a Chimera that's been destroyed and becomes Battle Shocked doesn't stop you from issuing orders. It only stops you from receiving orders. So it gives you more protected orders. And the other thing is that these guys are not... also, the Rogal Dawns you have are more durable because you have the blank on them. So I would definitely say this is a side grade. I'm not saying the list that I've come up with is actually better than your list. I think it is very much 6 of one, half a dozen of another. But I do think that it's got some strength in some other areas. I think your list might have slightly more firepower overall. Even then, do you know what? I'd be so tempted if I was to make the most minor change to your list. I'd still be tempted. Do you know what I'd do? If you want the most minor change to your list, I'd drop Grand Strategist. I'd drop a Scout Sentinel. That'd give you 80 points. And I would upgrade both of your Vanquishers. Just one Scout Sentinel. I'd upgrade both of your Vanquishers to Exterminators. That's the only other change I would make. And then I'd put it in Steel, not Steel Hammer. Then I'd put it in Hammer of the Emperor. That's the other change you could make. That's very simple, that one. So you got a few different options, right? You got a few different ways. You could make no changes and be totally fine. You could tweak your list to take advantage of armed infantry more, or you could tweak your list to take advantage of Hammer of the Emperor more. Thing is, if you go and Hammer of the Emperor, then you're missing that combined fire strategy, aren't you? Oh, it's such a pisser. At that point, do you even need the extra Scout Sentinel? At that point, you probably don't need the Scout Sentinels because you're going to be in Purge. Oh, it's a pisser. Yeah. It's a pisser. I think, yeah. I think I'd rather... Do you know what, man? I think I'd rather be in Armored Infantry with the combined fire stratagem. I think I'd rather be in that. I don't think I would give... I don't think I'd give anything up in Hammer of the Emperor for that. Yeah. And then if you go down that list that we spoke about, the first one, when I put the command chimeras and everything, it makes you better at take and hold as well. Because now you can your Rogal Dawns can take and hold too. because they're quite good at being quite durable with the blank. However, I just realized that we missed out on the list that I came up with for you. This one, we are missing one thing, which is a tech priest engines here, dude. I definitely pop one of those in. We don't have one of those already, do we? No. Okay, definitely do that. Okay, because you're going to want to be able to slap a 4 on a roguey D and push it into a middle objective to try and hold it, along with some Bullgryn. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Talzun, all lists are bad. Talzun, you've joined a bit late, haven't you? I'm going to have to point to the picture. This was what the board looked like at the end of my turn 2, and there's still a squad of Bullgryns inside that Stormlord. Not all guard lists are bad. We've got armored infantry, we've got Scion spam, and we've got 18 Bullgryns, 2 super heavies. We've got 3 possible lists. None of them have any battle line in, apart from the Scion one, technically. Yeah. Yeah. No artillery, no guardsmen. 0 out of 10 will die on the hill. You're absolutely right, Talzun. You're absolutely right, of course. I'm just saying we do have some possible lists to pivot to. Macon, thank you for the super chat. Sir, the Sound has a Tantalus question. All right, let me have a look. Adam Glory, I have a Tantalus stand-up question. I bought my ticket back in April off someone who could no longer go. Do I put his name in and then mark that it was sold to me? I think so, mate. Let me have a look. Let me remind myself on the sign-up sheet. Oh wow, people have already confirmed, have done lots of filling in, which is excellent. Okay. Let me just full screen this 1 second. There we go. All right, so what you would do is you can just copy what this guy's done if you want. You can just say purchased by this guy. Yeah, so we just need to we just need to basically you just need to say who you bought the ticket from. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, there you go. All right. So basically just fill it in and then just put confirmed. New player name. You could probably put you could probably put like new player name. Yeah, just fill it, follow what the other guys have done. You'll be all right. Yeah. Keep it simple. Yeah. Oh, that's the wrong thing. There we go. Oh, that put purchased. Okay, so those guys were buying multiple tickets. Yeah. So what you sorry, let me explain that again. So yeah, no, I realized what those guys had done. They threw me off actually for a second. So these guys have had their tickets bought by somebody else. That's why I was a bit confused. So what you want to do is do what this there you go. You've done it. That's perfect. That's fine. So then what we can do is when we are looking on the registration sheet, we can see that, Logan Lecker. And then when you say, yep, I bought my ticket, I bought my Logan Lecker, we can find that name and go, yep, and then tick you off and you're good and you're in, you're good to go. Yeah, there you go. All right. All right, there we are. Big shout out to Macon. Thank you for supporting your fellow community member, mate. Thank you, mate. And thank you for the super chat as well. Deja Vu, would the Bullgryn list do if the Bullgryns were traded for Sentinel spam? No. The Bullgryns are so good because they just stop the threat dead. It's the 4+ invulnerable save. It is the 400. It's the 400. The 4+ invulnerable save is what makes it so peak. Literally. Yeah. Half the reason why I was able to stop the World Eaters dead was because one of my squads just spiked. Yeah. Can I buy a ticket and show it with 2,000 points of Sanctifiers? You can. You'd be about 2,000 points short, though. You should turn it with 5,000 points of Sanctifiers. Get that 3D printer going. But there's no tickets left. So you'd have to buy a ticket off someone who wasn't coming anymore. And then you could turn it with 5,000 points for the Sanctifiers. Like a holy burning righteous crusade. Shit, dog. All right. Yeah, there's no list building restrictions or anything like that. Recommended points value is 5k. You can bring less, but there's no advantage to doing so. That said, could you do Tech Freeze Energy and give the 4+ to Sentinels? You can only put it on one of the Sentinels because the 4++ applies to models, not units. It's very annoying. So you could give one Sentinel 4+ model save and one wouldn't have one. Ugh. This isn't cold enough anymore. I need to go and get a new ice pack for my eye. Right. Yeah, I'll tell you what, I'll get a refill on the drink, get another ice pack, and then we can just chat shit. I've done the main thing for tonight now, guys. I've talked about the mental Bullgryn list, so we can talk about whatever you want after this. second. There we go. Now, you're all going to have to deal with me and my gammy eye, and me basically sitting like this for part of the stream. This is the high quality content that I know you all oh, it's so good. Oh my god, that's like actually orgasmic. Oh. What happened to your eye? I got into an epic fight. And I absolutely fucking one-bopped the guy and laid him out. That's not what happened. I poked myself in the eye with a cardboard box. It's probably... There's a reason why I'm running an Bullgryn list, let's put it that way. He laid out the guy defending the $6 billion company. Yeah. What happened when I took 18 Bullgryn to a friendly game and walked away with this eye. Mordian's the 19th Bullgryn. Oh, man. Oh. I think it's... yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's just... what happens is it starts like it's sort of like I don't know what it is. It's definitely I think what's happening is I've been dealing with it all day after I poked myself in the eye, and my eye's been really bloodshot, and I've just sort of been like I sort of thought that I thought it kind of feels like there's an eyelash. There's been like an eyelash in my eye. But it's not an eyelash. So what I worked out is I was like splashing it with water, and I worked out that every time I splash it with cold water, it made the eye feel better. And I realized that's probably what's happened is it's swollen. So when I put the so I don't scratch corner, I don't think it is, because I can see out of it absolutely fine. It's not a paper cut or anything like that. No, it's literally, I think it's just, honestly, it's bloodshot, right? And then I put the ice pack on it and all the bloodshot goes away. And I honestly, it's not on my eye. It's not, the pain isn't on my eye. The pain is underneath here. So I think what happened is it's swollen. I think I bruised what I'm poking now with this, right? I think I bruised that, and then basically it swells up with because it's meant to with like the blood and everything, and when it does that, it starts irritating. Yeah. So I think honestly, I put this on, literally like healed, literally healed. So I'm probably just going to. Basically just do this for a bit and see how I get on tomorrow. And if it's still fucked after tomorrow, I'll go to the hospital. Well, there's probably no point in going to the hospital. Like I'll just sit in the waiting room for like 3 hours and get nothing done. So yeah. Tape pack to face. Yeah, I'll do something silly like that. You know what I mean? Be careful, man. Award-winning painting. Got to keep the eyesight. Honestly, it's fine. I don't think it's any like I can see out of it. Literally, my seeing is completely unimpaired. Feels up. It just occasionally, like the blood. It's not like if I look now, it's now like the bloodshotness has gone down. So yeah. So I think literally it's just a case of I've got a slightly swollen eye. And when I touch it, it is slightly puffy. And then when I put the ice pack on it, the puffiness goes away. So I honestly, I appreciate all of your. I appreciate all of your concern, but I think I've basically I've got a slightly bruised lower eyelid. You know, not exactly a war wound. Yeah. Sounds like you got a major case of big babyitis. I absolutely do, Townsend. 100%. Yeah. That's what it is. When we need emergency surgery, it definitely doesn't. It definitely doesn't. I think there's no like cuts to it. There's no. It's not the eye itself. Like, look at this. The eye itself is absolutely fine. Like, one thing I was doing is I was pulling this down, and that was helping a lot as well. But I don't know what to be doing stream like this. So, hello and welcome to Morning and Glory. That's gonna. This is actually the least off-putting thing. So yeah, I think it's literally just. Oh, that's a good bit right there. Phil Kelly sends his regards. Yeah. I think it's literally just I bruised my lower eyelid. Yeah. Yeah. Get an eye patch, pose as proper badass. If I lose the eye, I'll get an eye patch. Sounds like a last-minute eyeball. It definitely isn't. It definitely isn't anything that serious. I promise you. All right. Hey, you might be right, though. Our US pals want to see what free healthcare gets us. Free healthcare gets me a trip to the doctor when the doctor tells me to go home and come back if it's worse later. That's what free healthcare gets you. Free healthcare is gets you, yeah, you're not dying, so you can go home. That's what free healthcare gets you. That's literally what I was told about my hernia. So I have a hernia, right? It's not a serious one, but I have a hernia in my belly button. And the doctor went, "Yep, you've got a hernia." And I was like, "Okay, well, could I, get it sorted out?" And she went, "We have to wait for it to get worse before I do anything about it." And I said to the doctor, I was like, "That's interesting, because surely we'd want to sort it out before it gets worse." And she went, "It's not how it works, unfortunately. Waiting list is so long." So, yeah. That free healthcare sounds like a giant triage experiment. It basically is. But which, in a funny sort of way, kind of makes sense. Because, like, if you don't need... It's there, like, I've always maintained the NHS should really just be, like, for, like, life-saving shit. So I'm not that bothered they turn me away. I was like, okay, like, fine. The problem is that if everyone get everything sorted out on it, then it just kind of gets a bit overwhelmed. Yeah. Yeah. If you want your hernia fixed, you have to act in lots of pain and tell them you can't work in your situation. Yeah, I mean... Yeah, I mean, there is always the go back to the doctor and say, it's got worse, I'm in a lot of pain, it's causing me distress, blah, 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 and they try and sort it out. Yeah. Yeah. I'd rather have free health. Look, I like having free healthcare, and I only ever really use it for emergencies. So there you go. I don't complain about free healthcare really. I accept that my hernia isn't stopping me from, like, isn't affecting me all that much, and I accept that my eye is probably going to be okay. Maybe, who knows? Maybe I'll be you'll be able to say aye captain in the future. Yeah. Feels a lot better. There you go. See, you don't need the NHS. All you need is an ice pack. I ran it under a cold tap. All right. A lot of bloody overblown nonsense. Bunch of drug nuts running wild. It's one of my favourite quotes from the film Shaun of the Dead. His stepfather's been bitten. So they think he's going to turn into a zombie. And he's just like, I'm fine. I ran it under a cold tap. It's awesome. Anyway, we got some super chats coming in here. Darren Wenzel! Denzel Wenzel, thank you for the super chat, man. Full opinion on list of stream discussion. Have a wonderful day, MG. Let's have a look, man. Okay. So, you have gone for a commissar, another commissar, a Krieg command squad with flash grenades. Another Krieg command squad, another Krieg command squad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 squads of Death Corps Krieg. I think so. 1, 2, 3. I think it's 6 squads of Death Corps Krieg. 4 chimeras, 3 artillery teams, 2 basilisks, 3 field ordnance batteries, 3 Krieg heavy weapon squads. Nice. So the first thing I would do is I would definitely take. You've only spent 2 detachment points. I would definitely take Abhuman auxiliaries as a 1 DP detachment, because that means your commissars can do take aim. And your commissars doing take aim is really helpful because it gets you more orders. I think that other than that, your list is quite fluffy. It's, you know, massive, you know, bunch of Krieg infantry supported by a bunch of artillery. I think it's quite fluffy. And you do have a lot of units in the list. And it might be okay doing Disruption, but Disruption is considered kind of one of the weaker detachments. If I was going to be honest, I would not describe your list as a competitive list. I would describe your list as a vibes list. I'm not convinced your list is going to win many games outside of a truly vibes-based environment. It's very thematic. It's very Kriegy. It's very cool. I'm just not sure it has the punch. So let me tell you why I don't think it's got that. Why I don't think it would do in a competitive environment. Because competitive games are all about either horrific firepower or fast-moving melee threats. And I don't think you have the firepower. If someone took an Emperor's Children army against you and rammed it down your throat, I don't think you'd be able to hit them back hard enough to stop them from over. That you might push them back a little bit turn 1, but turn 2 they'd get you. So that's the that's what I'm talking about. So in a competitive environment where everyone is basically speccing for maximum ignores cover firepower or maximum melee speed, I don't think your list can deal with either one of them. So in a casual environment, you'll be absolutely fine. In an optimized environment, I think you're going to lose a lot of games. Okay? So that's my honest feedback on your list. Next, we've got ICO Eclipse. Thank you for the super chat. I'm curious of your opinion on having the Grey Knight terminated the code tiers, especially as I have no Bullgryns lying around. Your thoughts would be much appreciated. Krieg Command Squad, Death Corps Krieg, Lord Marshal Dreer, Death Riders, Inquisitor Courtiers, Grey Knight Terminator Bodyguard, Bane Sword, Rogel Dawn, Hellhound, Stubber Team, Executioner. Okay. There's a couple of bits I'd change. What were we in? Designation Force and Steel Hammer? I don't think you are taking anything that is benefiting from Designation Force. Am I correct? It feels like you spent the point on it for some reason, but didn't really take advantage of it. That's fine that you had a detachment point left over, but you haven't really taken advantage of it. So what I would say is sack off Designation Force. It's not doing anything for you. And I think instead, I would take Abhuman Auxiliaries. Now, you're not going to take any Bullgryn. I appreciate that. But what it does is gives you access to commissars who can do take aim. So that means, you know that initial Krieg blob? You can save 35 points on it. Because commissars in Abhuman Auxiliary get take aim. Not just for Bullgryn and Ogryn. They just get take aim. So take that Krieg Command Squad and save 35 points on it. And suddenly you're only paying 175 points for an infantry blob, which is totally reasonable. Yeah, you don't have move. You don't really care. You're there to move a Krieg blob up and shoot people in the face with it. So that saves you 30 points. Drew and the Death Riders, good. No notes. Courtiers and Grey Knights, good. No notes. Banesword Battalion Commander, good. Rogel Dawn, not feeling it. I understand that you've taken it so then you can get access to more orders. I just don't see the... It's the most possible points you could spend on 2 tank orders. Does that make sense? My concern with your list is you're not getting enough out of your dispositions. I think you would be better off, honestly, I think you'd be better off dropping the Executioner, dropping one of the Executioners and taking a second Super Heavy. You get way more firepower. Take a second fucking Banesword or something. Probably you get a Storm Sword. That's the best one. That's my feedback. And also I like Krieg heavy weapon squads when you take max Krieg weapon squads. I think a sole squad of Krieg stubbers isn't worth it. Either you go max stubbers or no stubbers. Okay? So either you go in 3 Krieg squads or with 3 stubbers for like 9 stubbers in total, 9 stubbers in total, or you're not taking them. So that's my feedback. So I would trim the, that's where I would potentially trim the fat. Yeah, I would be tempted. Drop the Executioner, get an extra Super Heavy. How many points would you have left over from that? Hang on, let's work through this. So Executioner is 170. Dawn is 290. So 290, 170, plus the 35 that we saved earlier. Minus, let's go for another Bane sword, right? So minus 450. Guys, can Courtiers go inside a dedicated transport? An Imperium one? Or am I thinking of like fucking 4th edition? He can. If he's with a guard squad. Bollocks. Thought you might be able to put those Terminators inside Stormlord. I was like, ooh. He can go wherever his squad can go in. Yeah, it doesn't quite. I don't think Termies can go inside a Rhino, unfortunately, Talzun. Yeah. Yeah. No, it's fine. It's fine. What do you do with that second Executioner is the question. Oh, no. I'm being stupid. Yeah. No, I've got it. I've got your list, mate. Okay. So, Krieg Command Squad. No. So, Commissar plus Blobber Kriegers plus Dreer plus Death Riders plus Courtiers plus Grey Knights plus Bane Sword with Battalion Commander plus second Bane Sword plus Hellhound plus Executioner and you've got 100, and then you got 105 points left over. I don't know. We haven't really got the... We could take a cheaper super heavy. We haven't got anything to put in it. You don't have any Bullgryns. What have we got, Coaches? You've already got a Hellhound. You need to take 2 scouts to them. They're not really going to do anything. They don't mean anything. It's a waste of time. You're shoving shit in for the sake of shoving it in. I don't have the Executioner because it's not got any orders that's going to help it. I'd rather drop the Executioner and have 275 points left. I'm a genius. Behold my schlong. You are going to take Deathcore Krieg with a Commissar, Lord Marshal Dreer with 10 Death Riders, Inquisitor Courtiers and 5 Grey Knights, 2 Bane Swords, 1 Battalion Commander, 1 Hellhound, 2 Tech Priest Engineers, and a Lima Russ Battle Tank, because it gets 4 rolls to hit on objectives, so it doesn't even really need orders. There you go. Don't want you know the thing about the Krieg command was generating command points. They ever do leftover points. Nah, you don't want to. It's never. They're never going to get a chance, mate. They're going to move out, shoot something, and then all die. Yeah. You're never gonna. How does the Krieg command squad generate your extra command points anyway? And then you go Abhuman and Steelhammer. There you go. All right. All right, there we go. Next, we have got Cheese Marine. Cheese Marine, thank you for super chat. Juggling some lists right now. Hopefully you can help me lock one in so I have time to paint for the end of August. List in stream discussion. I sure can help. Losing my mind a bit, but which version should I go with? Leaning towards the version with the Vanquisher, but worried it's too few orders. Version with the Wyvern could easily be a Hydra 2. It's not going to be a Wyvern. Bombard isn't great, but it's fun to take out. Or final option, 6 Bullgryn. I know it's not 18, but can it be meaningful? Yes. I don't have a Stormlord, and I don't intend to buy one yet, so going with what I have. Also, on Stormsword versus Banesword, yes, Banesword is 4 damage, but Stormsword is the same stat line, otherwise decent was 2 damage. There's averaging 5.5 damage, also ignores covers, so surely superior, unless you're rolling exclusively ones. I don't like swingy damage, and the Stormsword is 15 points more. So, often I just don't have the points to fit it in. Yeah. Yeah. Among Lloyd, what is your thought? Let me come back to you in a minute, Zach. Let me finish Wind Whistlers. I don't want to Cheese Marine Super Chat first. Let's have a look here. Rogal Dawn Commander, Tech Priest, Bane Sword, Storm Sword, Hellhound, Eradicator, Vanquisher, Courtiers. Rogodorn, Temporary, Bainsword, Stormsword, Colossus, Hellhound, Eradicator, Cotiers. Lehman Ross, Rogodorn, Temporary, Bainsword, Stormsword, Hellhound, Wyvern, Cotiers. Commissar, Rogodorn, Temporary, Bainsword, Bullgryn, Hellhound, Eradicator, Stormsword. Are these all 2,000 points? Crazy. I don't really like any of them. I know what your problem is. Yeah, I see where you're going. Okay, I don't like this one because you don't have any way of stopping a fast-moving army running you over. Same for that one. Same for that one. So this is the one by default. But I don't like any of them, if I'm going to be honest with you. I think the only tanks that should be in your list, not including Hellhounds, the only like just big boom tanks should be these two. I think the issue you're finding is you're spending a huge chunk of your points on this guy and this guy. You don't need more firepower than these two. Trust me. It's a horrific amount. Double Super Heavy is such a horrific amount of firepower. So my advice would genuinely be drop this, and put whatever you have available in your list that can screen. Now, obviously, I'd ideally want you to have more Bullgryn, but that might not be an option. But, you know, you could take... some Grey Knights. I don't know if you've got a squad of Grey Knights. You know, the Grey Knight Terminators. It's... I can go to 12 Bullgryn, to be fair. You should be going to 12 Bullgryn. Yeah, it's not even a question, mate. Drop the Rogal Dawn Commander. Get 12 Bullgryn and the Commissar. That's what I'd do. Now that would leave you with 50... No, not quite. You'd have 35, 200, you'd have 35 points left over. And you're still taking an Eradicator. Which hasn't got any orders. I'd swap the Eradicator. Either I'd keep the Eradicator and put like 3 Heavy Flames on it. And find something to spend the 35 points on. Maybe you could upgrade your Tech Priest. Oh, one of your Tech Priests has got an upgrade. Oh, hang on. What upgrade has the Tech Priest got? Has it got the movement thing? Ugh. I've got some in my eye. Ugh, I think I've got some of the water from the ice pack in my eye. I wouldn't bother with the movement thing or that. What does it do? Get you an extra bit of movement? If you're not taking a Stormlord, I'd only take the movement thing if you were taking a Stormlord. So you could get your Bullgryn to go forward faster. Inside the Stormlord, right? Yeah. So I'd drop that. That's going to be 15 points. Okay, Rogal Dawn Commander goes. Tech Freeze upgrade goes. And that gives you 60 points left over. At that point, you either just you stick an extra... You stick a Scout Sentinel in your list. Or a squad of 3 Bullgryn. Or you drop the Eradicator down to a Hellhound, which saves you another 25 points. Is it 25? 50? No, 35. Another 35 points. And you'll be on 95 points. But you wouldn't have much. You wouldn't need Cotiers, would you? No, so it wouldn't help you all that much. If you drop the Eradicator down to Cotiers, that saves you 65 points. Which puts you on 125 points. Still not a lot to go off. Yeah. No, I think you were best. Drop the Rogel Dawn Commander for another Bullgryn squad. You don't need him. Drop the Tech Priest thing. Get yourself 60 points. I just don't know what to spend that 60 points on, man. Upgrade your Bane Sword to another Storm Sword. Cost 15. Upgrade the Eradicator to a Battle Tank. Cost yourself 15. You still have 30 points left over. Fucking hell. Yeah, it's a bit of a toughie. I honestly think your best bit is save those 60 points, mate, and stick a Scout Sentinel on your list. And what I think the, I think that's probably your best bet. Because the Scout Sentinel can give you reroll ones, which could be helpful. But if you have access to 12 Bullgryn, you should be running 12 Bullgryn. That's the #1 feedback, okay? These other lists, they're just going to get overrun by someone who's very fast moving. Okay? That's the issue you're going to have. All right, Cheese Marine. Hope that helps. What do we got next? Winds Whistler. Thank you for the super chat, man. Thanks for sticking with guard whilst cowards flee. There has been some people fleeing. People fleeing the faction. Would you consider a Doomhammer in that list? Have you heard the good news of our saviour, the Doomhammer? Yeah! Yeah, of course. Yeah, Doomhammers are fine, man. I mean, let me just remind myself what the Doomhammer does, but I think I'm generally okay with the Doomhammer these days. It's still not my favourite super heavy, but, like, still pretty good. Let's have a look here. Doomhammer. It's pretty cheap at 415. Let's have a look. The magma cannon's only a 24-inch range. It only fires D6 plus 3 shots. You always consider within half. How many can it transport? Like, I would take the Doomhammer instead of the Stormlord, but not instead of the Bane Sword. Yeah. Because it can transport things. Yeah. That's what I would do with it. So yeah, yeah, I would take the. I think I'd take the Doomhammer, but use it as a cheaper Stormlord to free up 15 points. There you go. And that way, you could take the Doomhammer, and then save 15 points, then upgrade your Bane sword to a Storm sword, and it'd be a straight swap. And that might be okay. That might actually get you a little bit more anti-tank in the list. So, yeah. Tim's face just tuned in and seen nothing but despair in MG's eyes. Oh dear. No, I won my game. I tabled my opponent in 2 turns. I just, I've got a sore eye. Literally. So the despair is actually just me putting an ice pack on my eye. That's all it is. I'm actually quite happy. There you are. No, we're okay, Tim's face. So yeah, win-win. That's how I would incorporate a Doomhammer into the list. If it's just going to be sitting still after turn 2, could you run a bunch of Creek heavy weapon 2 stubbers behind it and have them get in when the Bullgryn get out? I mean, you could do, but the points are very tight. Zach Cash. You could do, but the points are very, very tight. Yeah. So I'm not sure where you're going to find those points from without compromising the integrity of the list. Yeah. You only need 1 team to get in. It's fine. Deck 6. With the Doomhammer, yeah. With the Stormlord, it's fine. Deck 12. Yeah. Yeah. I only played 1 game with Steelhammer plus Bullgryn so far as addition against Death Guard and annihilated him, but there was a large skill difference. Here's the thing. I think that's exactly the kind of list that Steelhammer plus Bullgryn is. Because I think it's a gatekeeper list. It's a stat check. People are going to have to build their list, take it into account, or they're going to get overrun. Yeah. So I wouldn't take that away from yourself, Tim's face. Yeah. Yeah. Centaur's a fine deck of 12. A. Yeah, but Centaur is only a firing deck of 12, whereas a Doomhammer is much more. What have we got next? Ix, thank you for renewing our dollar membership, sir. And Ix, thank you for the 16 months. X-Force, baby! Nemo 5-0 recon tree discussion. He did, but he did play against Guard 3 times. That's not to take away from Nemo's list. So there's some extenuating circumstances with this list. And one of them is he played into Guard 3 times. And so obviously, and you can see he played into Guard 3 times, and the 1 time he played into Necrons. You guys can't see that. Let me turn chat off 1 second. The 1 time he played into Necrons, it was a very, very, very fucking close game. He beat them still. It's very 11-9. That's a game that could have gone either way based on a couple of dice. So I'm not completely, and so the first extenuating circumstances he played against Guard a lot. The second extenuating circumstance is he was playing in a teams tournament, which means that he was able to have favorable matchups. More than likely, he was able to have favorable matchups. So that Necron list that he played into, there's a very strong chance that it was a list that he was a good matchup for him, but not based on it being Necrons, but based on what was in the Necron list. So again, don't get me wrong, he went 5-0. He absolutely fucking smashed it. Well done. He spammed a shitload of heavy weapon teams. Love it. Still got a few. There's still a lot of great units in here. He did very, 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 very well, and I'm very proud of him. And he definitely deserves an extra ration of corpse starch, all right? But there are definitely some extenuating circumstances as well, all right? It's important to mention those. I think it's the first. I'm plunging fire with heavy weapon 3 inches, moving buildings. Yep, absolutely. That's a great tactic. Is it that you use Dreer's ores across the board using the recon teams? Yeah. Yeah, we got to see him pull this off against the Tau and T-Suns. Yeah, exactly. Aaron Simmons, where's the beef today? As a vegan, this is the only reliable source of prime beef. I'm sorry, man. There's no beef today. Like, there's no beef. Like, we've actually had some good results. Sorry, man. No beef available today, boys. I'm sorry. Oh, man. Yeah. Oh. I'm pretty shattered. Yeah, I'm pretty tired. I might go to bed. I don't know. I've only been streaming for like 3 hours. How long have we streaming for? 3.5 hours. I'm just like... maybe I need a little snack. I could just get an early night's sleep with my sore eye, you know. To be fair, I could try and rest up and get a half decent night's sleep and get up early in the morning, kind of thing. It's definitely an option. What did you choose below the Libros Eradicator again? The vehicle was 645 points. A storm sword. Yeah. I think an Ogre and Doomhammer. Yeah, Doomhammer plus Storm Sword. Sounds like a metric foot on a tank. Yeah. It is. See, some people might be saying, but we could always run 18 Bullgryn and 2 super heavies. So why is this being such a powerful list now? The reason why it's a powerful list now is because of the dispositions. Yeah. The fact that you don't need to hold objectives if you don't want to. You just pick a disposition that doesn't do that. That's what makes it so powerful. This list was technically, before it couldn't do the missions. Exactly. That's why this list is doing so well, because now it's playing into the missions. This is what I mean by this is peak 11th edition. Yeah. Still, how much pretty decent at the end of 10th? You didn't go full super spam, 1 to 2 at most. Yeah. Double super heavy is great. Yeah, there's a lot of... I ran double Baneblade towards the end of 11th, towards the end of 10th, and that was double normal Baneblade, and I think I won 2 or 3 games. Yeah, I can't remember how many it was at the RTT. I can probably find out. It was a little while ago, though. I wonder if it's on the tournament reports. It was. I took double recon Baneblade. So I won game 1. I won game 2. And I got fucking bummed game 3. Yeah, against unnerfed Raven Guard when they were just tearing the entire meta to pieces. Yeah, I remember now. Yeah. But it was just a stat checklist. It was just, hey, the first 2 guys that I faced just couldn't handle 2 Baneblades. And the last guy that I faced was playing the most powerful army in the game at the time, and he could handle 2 Baneblades. So, yeah. That's it. It's also the ability to Steel Hammer and Abhuman Attachment. They're the perfect synergy for this list. Yeah, totally agree. Totally agree, Win Whistler. Great point. It's not just Steel Hammer. It's Steel Hammer and Abhuman Detachment. Getting Bullgryns to hit on 2s, insanely good. Because you just go, yeah, fix bayonets. Crazy good. Crazy good. Yeah. Kind of makes me think about Grizzled Company again, maybe. Because Grizzled Company has a stratagem which lets you ignore cover, doesn't it? one unit gets ignore cover. And then you do have the, you could run 12, but yeah, I think, you know, maybe this does unlock a little bit for Grizzle Company. But the problem is that Grizzle Company wants you to start doing actions because of priority assets, and this list doesn't do actions. I drew a couple of secondaries that require me to do actions, and I just ignored them. So that's why I don't think it works. That's why I don't think Grizzle Company works with this. Yeah. Baylor chassis can do actions and shoot in the same turn. Since when, Muel? Is there because they're Titans? Is that a thing? Is that an 11th edition thing? I thought that was an Imperial Knight thing. I thought it was an Imperial Knight specific thing. Titanic was updated to do it. Oh, so you can do it in 11th? Oh, well, I mean, it makes it a little bit better. I'm still not convinced, though, that you know, when you take your 500 point or 400 to 500 point super heavy and crash it across the board, massively exposing it, do an action. I think it's just still gonna. I think it's still a bit foolhardy. It's good to know, though. It's good to know. There were a couple of... I probably could have taken advantage of that. I could have tabled my opponent even harder. I could have rubbed salt in the wound. Yeah. It's good to know that. Yeah. I'll see if I've got any other topics I want to talk about tonight. Turn 1 tabling? I don't think you get a turn 1. I mean, I did basically table my opponent in one turn with a firepower when you think about it. Let me make a note here. Okay. So I'm going to save the Warlord Wednesday open day stuff till tomorrow because it's Warlord Wednesday tomorrow. Yeah, I think I'll save that till tomorrow. I mean the only other thing that I could talk about is like yellow energy and stuff, but it just doesn't feel the right stream for, you know. We're having a happy stream today. It's a happy stream. Is there any other positive things we can talk about? It doesn't have to be 40k. Yeah. Ugh. How would you build a grizzle list? I wouldn't. Like honestly, you want my advice? I wouldn't build one. I cannot come up with it. I just will not take priority assets. It's a terrible disposition. Yeah, no, don't let anyone fool you into saying, "Oh, priority assets. I think I've had good success with it." It's a terrible, terrible disposition. Terrible. Yeah, I wouldn't take it. It's taken hold or purge for me all the way. What are the first 10-15 minutes of the Square Base review of the Old World FAQ? They do the highlights. I could do the Old World FAQ. That's true. I could do the Old World FAQ. That's a positive thing. Yeah, let's have a look. I mean, there's a lot of detail here. It's like a 2-hour long video. I wonder if I can find more summary of it. I can't see anyone. No one's done a summary of it. Damn. Oh shit, you can shoot fanatics. Maybe I should just go through it. You know what? Fuck it. Maybe I should just go through it. It's all... I only have to cover the pink stuff, right? They did a summary at the start. Yeah, but I want to, like... You know what? I'm just going to go through it. We're just going to go through it. Bit at a time. But before I do... You know, we're going to raw dog this bad boy. Alright? But before I do... I'm going to get a snack. Because the reason I'm feeling a little like... Oh, I'm a bit tired. I might go to bed. It's because I'm hungry. I'm hungry. Okay? So I'm going to go through it. And I'm gonna go through it, but I'm gonna grab a quick snack. Probably like I'm gonna get a bag of crisps, maybe a mini roll or something. Yeah. I'll bring them back up here, but I won't record whilst eating them, so you guys don't get all upset. Okay, like you did last time. All right. Blast through it in like an hour. Give my like hot takes and. Yeah, everything. 'Cause I do like Old World, so yeah. Whoever suggested going through the Old World FAQ, give that man an extra shot of grog, because that was a great suggestion. All right. I'm back. All right. The best snack ever made. The Cadbury's mini roll with raspberry jam. So much better than a Twinkie. Mm-hmm. my god. If you'd thrown these in the harbour, you wouldn't have an Independence Day. All right. Tim Tams are good, but mini rolls aren't a biscuit or a cake. Tim Tams are very good. They're like penguin bars on steroids. It's a mini roll, as in like small. Cadbury's mini roll with raspberry jam. Very good. I think Mad Larkin's like 20 minutes behind in the stream. And he's just like shouting at me for points that have already been made. Damn it. Brilliant. It's okay, Mad Larkin. You still can't do anything. You still can't be more silly than me when I poke myself in the eye with a cardboard box. Right, last snack, and then we're locking in. I love IG Ground. Great reference. All right. Alright, we're done. I feel my energy has returned. Favorite IT quotes, go. I like my women like I like my toast. Hot and consumable with butter. There you go. Followed by, God damn these electric sex pants. Father! Great one. Yeah. All right. What have we got next? Oh, no. The best one. And to think, when we first met, you were so worried about being from Iran. I think that's my favorite one. Yeah. There's somebody at the door. There's somebody at the door. I mean, it's just full of just. It's an extreme. It's probably my second most quotable. I would say. For me personally, it's probably the show that I quote the second most after Peep Show. Any time someone says four of anything, you have to say 4 nans, Jeremy. 4. That's insane. Yeah. Could be 4 of anything. Yeah. Mighty Boosh is good. It's just, I know this is going to sound obvious, but it's very weird. And it's slightly too weird for me. Like, I struggle. I think there are certain episodes of Mighty Boosh which are exceptional, but it's one that is difficult to just like binge. Yeah. It's got some very, very good bits in it, but it's difficult. I think I find it difficult to binge it. Like Mighty Boosh for me is like Farscape. It's in the same category as Farscape. You know, where like it's good, but it's just slightly too out there, slightly too kooky. As a Trade to America, what is Mighty Boosh? It's an old TV program from the UK. And it's just very odd. It's very... I mean, there's some vague, coherent storyline to it, but it's very odd. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Farscape was way less weird. Farscape was way less weird in comparison to Mighty Boosh, but it was way more weird than the other programs it was shown alongside, like Star Trek and Stargate. Right? So it's not that Farscape is as weird as Mighty Boosh, it's that within its category of television, it was the weirdest one. And it was slightly too weird. Anyway, we need to, I think, take a look at this bad boy. Commander Joel, thank you for the super chat. But can it fit the whole of a piece of paper? I don't even know what you were referring to. But no, it never can. It never will. That hole in a piece of paper thing. The thing is, right, Commander HHL, I know sometimes I act like I get annoyed about the hole in the piece of paper meme, but I never am actually annoyed by it. And do you want to know why? Because we must never forget We must never forget that moment. Because that was the moment when I think we all had to have a bit of a sit down and go, maybe these competitive players have gone a step too far. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, we must always remember, you can't take that Vindicator, technically it's the wrong size. And then I was only joking, guys, I was only joking. Sure. Anyway, shall we move on? I'm going to do a bit. I'll probably do a stream highlight out of this, but we'll still take super chats and everything whilst it's happening. All right, we'll keep it high level. Keep it easy breezy. 1 minute. In fact, before we do, so what I've done is I've got all my old world books, and then when the relevant bit comes up in the FAQ, if we need to compare it to the original wording, we can do. There you go. There we go. Commander Jajel, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, man. Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part. And on that, let us blast into the old world. Into the old world goodness. Gentlemen, ladies, small furry creatures from the deep jungles of Lustria, I don't mean to alarm you, but there has been a big old world update. Now, I've not played Old World in a little while on this channel, but rest assured, it still remains firmly one of my favourite games that Games Workshop does. In fact, I would say Old World, Best World is now no longer a rallying cry, it is a statement of fact. Old World is the best game that GW makes, and this is only proven more and more every day that goes past. Because Warhammer 40k gets a big update, and hundreds of rules just don't work anymore. And it's a beautiful, buggy, bullshit mess. Hey, 11th edition is fun, but it's definitely it's one of the games of all time. Old World, on the other hand, has had a big update, and the big update was, oh yeah, we're just going to do an FAQ, and the FAQ is going to be patched into the main rulebook. And then it turns out that everyone's pretty happy with the Old World FAQ, which is awesome. Guys, imagine an update coming out and the majority of the people in the community are happy with it. It's never been done. It's what Old World has shown is that GW can do things the right way if they want to. Just very often, they do things the bullshit way because they're evil. Well, not evil. Evil's a strong word. They are a selfish corporation. But anyway, it's not a time for beef. It's a time for hype. And so what I want to do today is just blast through the old world FAQ, pointing out the bits that I think are very exciting, and sort of going through the bits which interest me the most. So we're going to go through all of it, but I'm going to focus on the bits that I think are sort of the ones that are getting me the most excited, especially ones that sort of affect my armies the most. I'm going to be a little bit selfish about it, but I'll give you a bit of a hot take on all of it. All right. So with that said, now let's get into it. So we go over to Warhammer Community, and we've got the Ravening Hordes FAQ right here. So you know what? Let's start off with that one. Now, I do have my old world books next to me right here. So if we're doing Ravening Hordes, we might as well get the Ravening Hordes book out. And that way, if there's anything like point change stuff, I can let you know if that's an up or a down. That's a good thing or a bad thing, for example. So, starting off, we have got the Ravening Hordes errata. And everything we want to look at is in pink. And one of the first things we'll look at is Orc mobs. Add Furious Charge to the list of special rules. Fucking yeah. Holy shit, boys. Okay. So this is so good. As someone who has a lot of orcs, I probably have like 100 orc boys. If you've ever watched any battle reports on this channel, I'm always running loads of orc boys in my armies. I love them. In fact, I'm building towards an orc-only army. No gobbos or anything. And orcs. Furious Charge, I believe, gives you +1 attack on the turn that you charge. This is awesome. This now means that if you take your orc boys with 2 choppers and you charge, you're going to get 3 attacks on the charge, which is excellent. That's really good. That's awesome. Now, obviously, you have to charge. Orc mobs are infantry, so they can be a little bit slow. So maybe they won't actually get that many charges off. But hey, it's nice. It's a buff. I'm not going to complain. It's awesome. And I think it is important to note that this does like pair with things like big guns, right? Because big guns are an upgrade to an orc mob. So I could definitely see this making big guns even better. It's 4 if you make them savage orcs. That's a great point, Sir Newbie. That is a great point. Although, of course, then you're going to have Frenzy, but still, 4 attacks on the charge from Savage Orc Big Guns. Hell yeah. All right. So then we've got page 23, Goblin and Boss changed the initiative character to 3. I'm going to presume that's a downgrade. I'll also have a quick look. Oh, no, it's a buff. Holy shit, man. They made Goblins, like, fast again. Okay. So, Goblins used to be Initiative 2. Now they're Initiative 3. Hey, I'll take it. Again, common Goblins aren't that great. I like taking them because when I was a kid, I had like all common Goblin army. I loved Goblins. There's a bit of old deep Mordian lore where people call me 2 goblins in a trench coat for, because of how much I loved my goblins when I was a kid. So, but, I'll take it. It's a buff. I'm not sure how impactful it's going to be. I mean, it might make people take them over night goblins when you look at the fanatic change we've spotted as well. But, yeah. Can't look a gift horse in the mouth. Let's get to the big one, though. And I think this is the absolute biggest one. Death of a Fanatic changed the rule as follows. Enemy units cannot charge a Fanatic or otherwise attempt to engage a Fanatic in combat. However, Fanatic can be targeted by enemy shooting as if it were a lone character. Oh my god. Yes. Fanatics were one of the most unfun, uninteractive things in the game. And that's a shame because Fanatics are really, really, really cool. Right? Like, Fanatics are really cool. So, you don't want to have a unit as iconic and awesome as Fanatics and then have everyone, like, hating them because they're just, like, really overtuned and everything. And it was getting to the point where, like, people were like actively feeling very negative about Fanatics. You just don't want that. So huge quality of life improvement. Absolute 10 out of 10. Totally agree with it. Think it's an amazing change. Amazing selection. Yeah. Amazing selection. Amazing FAQ. And then the rest of it's all about how if it goes over terrain, it basically like kills itself. But yeah, being able to shoot them is excellent. Yeah. Should a... What was it? Let's just read the whole thing just in case. If a Fanatic finds them flying fully or partially underneath the template, it risks being hit as normal. Should a Fanatic move into another Fanatic, they become entangled in one of those chains and both moves casualties. Very natural double his roll, Fanatic's movement, or moves into contact with difficult, dangerous, possible terrain, or any attacks an obstacle, it comes to terminal stop, and his moves casualty. Terminal stop, love it. Finally, if a concealing unit is destroyed or flees the battlefield before his Fanatics have been released, they also move casualties. Yeah, so basically the main thing is you can shoot them, and you can template them. Excellent. Love that. This is probably my favourite change that I'm aware of so far, though I haven't seen all of them. But that's my favourite change. It just makes Fanatics fun again. It makes them great again, and yeah, I think that's a. I did a video on this in my last after action report, and I did say they just need to change something about them, and I think this is the best change they could have made. So excellent. Moving on, we've got common trolls. Change the leadership to 6 and the points to 39. Let's just have a quick look on that one, because I do like trolls. So that's actually a big buff. So leadership 6 is actually 2 points up, which is excellent. And 39 points is actually a point decrease. So it looks like you've saved 2 points and your leadership has gone up. Now, I don't know if this is true, but if trolls need to test for stupidity on their own leadership, that might not be a buff overall, but there you go. But yeah, I love that. I love using my trolls. That looks like a buff for trolls. Yeah, I'll take it. Same thing for river. So I use river trolls mostly, and they've also had a slight points decrease and a slight leadership buff. So yeah, awesome. And stone trolls, looking really good now. Leadership 7 and 43 points. Wow. Yeah, stone trolls looking really good. So, yeah, can't complain about that at all. Excellent. Giants change toughness characteristic to 7. It's nice. I don't think it's enough. I think Giants are still going to eat 2 great cannons and then die. Yeah, I think that's what's going to happen. So, maybe Trollhorde meta incoming? Yeah. I don't know. Trollhorde's so bad. I don't know if a few points cuts here and there are going to make a big difference. But hey, there you go. Next, we have got page 7, Demon Prince. Change the movement characteristic to 5 and troop type to monstrous creature. Then add stomp attacks D3+1 to the list of special rules. I think all of those are good changes. Let me have a quick look. 57. Yeah, I think it needs it. See, the problem is that no one took Demon Princes because they were just quite easy to just kill. I think that extra wound makes a huge difference in a game like Old World. And I think the D3+1 stomps, I think that does make them... I think that makes them able to have a little bit more damage output. Yeah, I think that makes sense. And if you look at the size of Demon Prince models these days, it definitely reflects what the model is much better now. Yeah. Demonic Mount, add Barding and Countercharge. Excellent stuff. Chaos Warriors, add Chaos Armor 6+, and Furious Charge, the list of special rules. Wow! So they now get a 6-up ward save? Yeah, Giant used to be T6, yeah. So they now get a 6-up ward save and Furious Charge. They are handing Furious Charge out left, right, and center, aren't they? Okay. That is definitely going to make the game a little bit more lethal. It's going to have... Okay. So it's going to have a bit... All this Furious Charge is to counteract the second rank fights debuffs. Yeah. 6-up ward instead of 5, but they gain Furious Charge. Really? I thought they already had a... I didn't think they got a 5-up ward save. I mean, I could be wrong. I'll just check it out now. Right? Why guess? No. So, dude, you're wrong on that one, Sir Newbie. Only chosen Chaos Warriors got the Chaos Armor 6+. Now, regular Chaos Warriors also get the 6-up ward. So it's a straight buff, man. It's literally a straight buff to regular warriors. This is what good job I got the books to hand, man, because this is what I mean. This is why it's good to have them. I'm not shitting on you. It's why I got them, so I could literally make these kind of like these kind of comparisons. But yeah, so it's a straight up 6-up. It's a free 6-up ward, and then they get Furious Charge. Yeah, the thing is, Furious Charge is really good, but you have to remember that like a lot of these infantry units probably aren't going to get the chance to charge outside of sort of extenuating circumstances. Like most of the time they're going to get charged by cavalry or dragons, right? But it gives them a bit of something. And what I like about it is if you are playing a more fluffy game where it's like infantry versus infantry, you're not necessarily getting into that situation where you're like, oh, well, neither one of us wants to charge. Because one of you might want to charge because you've got Furious Charge. Or you both might want to charge because you've got Furious Charge. Yeah, so I do think it makes sense handing it out. It's definitely adding a bit of extra killiness to the game, which I'm always a little wary of. But it does solve the issue where you've got two people with infantry blocks that don't want to charge each other because of the double rank fighting. Yeah. Chosen Chaos Warriors also getting Furious Charge is horrific. They already get 2 attacks base. I mean, Chosen Chaos Warriors with Furious Charge with Khorne on like 5 attacks each at this point. Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot. Chaos Ogres changed the points to 31. How many down is that? 2 points decrease. That's okay. I don't think Chaos Ogres are particularly good. I've not seen a lot of people take them. But I think it's maybe a try and encourage people to give them a go. Yeah. Chosen Khorne with great weapons and Furious Charge. Yeah, Chosen with great weapons is insane. Yeah. That's a great point. Chaos Trolls changed it to 6, the points 39, then changed the option to take one of the following. Anyone who may take one of the following. Add Motley Crew to the rules. Okay, so again, some troll updates there. Chaos Knights, they are getting Armor 6+ and Counter Charge. That's going to make them Counter Charge. I mean, both of those are very good, don't get me wrong. But Counter Charge to me is probably the big one. Chosen Chaos Knights changed unit size to 3+. Wow, really elite units if you want to. Chaos Dragon changed the base size. What's this? Page 74. So is that just a much bigger base size it's on? Okay, yeah, it's gone from 60 by 100 to 100 by 150. Wow, that's a big boy. That's going to have some implications. That's going to have some really big implications for where you're going to be able to land him. Maybe it'll be a buff for like the amount of units like he can engage and whatnot. But to me, that seems like a bit of a nerf because he's going to struggle. You could potentially like box him out, screen him out from flying over certain units. I can think about there's been many times with my Empire when I've been having to move in slightly funny positions to stop the dragon from flying over, going straight to my cannons. My job just got a bit easier. Yeah. That's not a base, that's a terrain bit. Yeah, exactly. Add Impetuous to the special rules. Ooh. A lot of people aren't going to like that. But bear in mind, I think that's okay. I think it's okay. Because the Chaos, what was it? Chaos Lord. He is leadership 9. But Impetuous is a big nerf. I see those are 2 big nerfs. Yeah. I think it's 2 big nerfs. But I'm not an expert, old one. My gut instinct is telling me 2 big nerfs. Page 75, Chimera changed the rune counter to 5 and the points to 170. Then replaced Stomp Attacks 1 with Stomps D3. That's probably a big buff, isn't it? 75. No one takes Chimeras. Will that be enough to change it? What? An extra wound? Yeah. A 10-point decrease? Yeah. I mean, maybe it makes them a little better. I think the problem that they have is... The problem they have is they're just not that durable. T5, 4 wounds. Fuck all armor. Like, counts as heavy armor. I guess it basically means that you get the regen. I mean, you're always going to pay for the regen, right? So basically, you are now paying 5 points for the regen in a funny sort of way. Yeah. It's okay. I'm not sure it's enough, just because I don't think it solves the #1 issue with them, which is cannon fodder. But, hey, no, there you are. Page 96. Bestigor herds. Add Furious Charge to their special rules. That is awesome. Yeah, I mean, the more they're adding Furious Charge to, the spicier it becomes. And the fact they've added it to Gores as well. You know, I was thinking of selling my Beastman army. Maybe I need to bust it out on the tabletop. I got Gores. I got Bestigors for days, son. I got lots of stuff. Yeah. Jabberslythe. Change the weapon skill character to 5? That's an interesting one. Yeah, weapon skill 4 to weapon skill 5 is a very interesting breakpoint. Yeah, the points change is okay, but that's a very interesting weapon skill breakpoint. That's going to allow the Jabberslythe to hit a lot of things on 3s. I think you could see it becoming a bit of a bully unit with that weapon skill. Yeah, go around, it's like belly flopping onto a bunch of lower tier units. Yeah, okay. Cockatrice, change points to 155. Has anyone ever taken a Cockatrice? I don't even know what it is. You know what? I don't know what a Cockatrice is, and at this point, I'm not that bothered about what a Cockatrice is. I'm much more interested in what the Cygor can do. Oh, 1 minute. Ugh. 1 minute, my eye's bothering me slightly. There we go. This is going to make for an interesting bit in the stream highlight, isn't it? I've got a sore eye. There we are. Just need to cool it down for a second. The Cygor going to toughness 6 and 205 points. I mean, that's kind of nice, right? That's kind of nice. The Cygor's still a bit of a bag of shit, though. I am the only person who I've ever seen take a Cygor. Everyone takes the Gorgon, don't they? Yeah. Okay. Wait, is the Cygor now tougher than the Gorgon? 1 minute. No, it's not. Okay, then no. I still think everyone would rather still take the Gorgon. Yeah. Chaos Giant, toughness 7. Gorgon. Oh, okay. So literally, okay, yeah. So it does. This is irrelevant. The Gorgon just got even better. So yeah, I don't care that this got better. This is still shite. Yeah, Gorgon all the way. Hagtree Fetish got wrecked, didn't it? Whenever the bear of the Hagtree Fetish successfully cast a magic missile, they reroll any room rolls of a natural 1. Yeah, so it used to be 4 rerolls to wound. So Hagtree Fetish plus Biotide just got absolutely gigafucked, didn't it? Yeah. And then they changed Biotide as well to AP2 rather than ignoring all saves. Yeah, Biotide is over. And it's about time, frankly. It's about time. As someone who's been on the receiving end of Biotide too many times, I can tell you that it was very clearly bullshit. Next up, Ushabti changed its skill down to 2. Praise be. Praise the Nagash. That is going to put a big dent in Ushabti bow gun lines. That is a very positive change. Very happy with that. Skeletal Horseman, smaller unit size. That's quite good. That'll make them a little bit more useful as little chaff units. Typical Stalkers, change the points to 49. That's nice. You don't really see anyone taking them, but with a little points cut, that could definitely tempt people to try them out. Arcane Journal, Trollhag changed the weapon skill characteristic to 3. Is that an improvement? I'm going to guess it's an improvement. Yes, excellent. That's good. Anything to make trolls better is good. Bone Grinder Giant, different 7. Yep, that's fine. Arcane Journal, Beaten Brayherds, Warped Gauze, Furious Charge. I don't know what a Praeton is. I've never encountered one, so fine. Arcane Journal, Barded Skeletal Steeds, Countercharge. Okay, so they're giving a lot of cavalry countercharge. It makes sense. Cavalry without countercharge, waste of time. Scroll of Summoning, change spells effects as follows. This target friendly unit regains D3 lost wounds until the start of your next turn. Improves rangation value by 1. I actually do have that Arcane Journal. I wonder how much of an improvement that is. Ugh. I think it's at the bottom. Okay. What page was that on? 33. Target friendly regains D3 wounds and until start your next sub-turn phase, improves regen by 1. Target friendly unit regains D3 lost wounds and until start your next turn to improve the armor value of its regeneration by 1. Okay, I think it's just the fact that you say armor value of its regen save, so they've just corrected that. It's not a big one. Yeah. Not a big one. Okay, cool. Let's have a look at some FAQs. Is there anything here? The Raising Westland. If a single character unit takes 2 or more of the same kind of trait, are the effects cumulative? No. That's probably some bullshit thing that I never came across because I only play nice games. Tomb Kings of Khemri. When raising dead, can they raise within an inch of an enemy model? Unless units engage in combat? No. Makes sense. Can a Royal Herald take hits on behalf of a monarch that is engaged in challenge? No. Makes sense. Are the effects until attack master cumulative? No. Makes sense. Can a Casket of Souls move at the end of shooting phase of its turn using the reserve move special rule? No, it can't move. It's fucking stuck in place. Okay, that covers Ravening Hordes. I would say I am happy with every single change. I think the things... Oh, Trollhide Trousers, delete the asterisk. I think that means you could only take one of them in an army now, which I don't think people were spamming them too much, but it definitely makes sense. There's only one set of Trollhide Trousers, right? They're not extremely common. Overall, I think the things that got buffed needed the buffs. I think some of the buffs are more impactful than others. Like, I think there's still some things like I think Giants are still absolute cannon fodder. Probably not going to see people, still not going to see people taking them. But I think adding Furious Charge to those units is going to give those units a new lease on life. So I think that's good changes. For me, the number one thing here is the Fnatic change. Everything else is like fine, okay, nice, ooh, interesting. This is huge. Okay, let's take a look at Force of Fantasy. And I will get my book ready. I've got it right here. So, let's have a look. Miners reduce the cost of blast charges to +1 point per model. Ooh, that's nice. Let's remind ourselves what blasting charge. Yeah, that's nice. I'll take it. How much were they? They were 2 points. Okay, so just a little different. Yeah, I mean, bro, for 1 point a dude, I'd stick mining charges on him. Range 6 inches, strength 3, AP -1, armor bane, flaming attacks, quick shot, so you can stand and shoot with them effectively. Yeah, okay, that's nice. Miners aren't great, but it's still good. Slayers getting Furious Charge totally makes sense. Absolute 10 out of 10 change. Fluffy, thematic, and brings them back into the conversation. Yeah, I'm a big fan of that change. Good job. That's a good job, GW, that one. Slightly too far in there. There we go. Gyrocopters. Add dispersed formation to the special rules. Units that fly high over the battlefield adopt a dispersed formation to prevent calamity. To maintain skirmish formation, every model in this unit must be within 3 inches of another model belonging to the same unit rather than the usual 1 inch. However, unlike most skirmishes, models with a special rule do not have a 360-degree vision arc. They instead have a 90-degree vision arc corresponding to their front arc. Yes! Yes! Huge! Absolutely huge. Gyrocopter spam was a really big problem. There's a huge issue with people flying them over your units, then shooting you in the back. They basically acted like a 40k unit inside Old World. It was a massive over advantage. It was ridiculous. Totally agree with this. It's that's going to make a big difference to people wanting to spam gyrocopters. Yeah, really like that change. I don't know if it's enough to completely rein them in. I think if you're a good gyrocopter player, you'll probably still spam the shit out of them and do really well with them. But it definitely, I like it as potentially the first change of a few that might be coming down the pipe. Let's adjust them a little bit at a time until we get to the right point, rather than the big triple nerf. They've done the same with Slays. They've done the same with Pegasus Knights. Excellent. Pegasus Knights were a bit too good for that as well. Cannon change points to 95. What's that? Page 31. Now, I want to see how much of a big decrease that is. That's only a 5-point decrease. It's okay. I still think great cannons are better than dwarf cannons. Organ guns down 5. Flame cannons down 5. It's fine. It gives you a few more points to play with. It's okay. Overall, I think that dwarves got a little better out of this. A little better. But I think mostly it was the gyrocopter nerf and then some of the bad shit getting a little better. I don't think it's a huge step up for the dwarves. Pegasus. Oh, there you go. Same thing. Nice. Really good change. Pegasus Knights were causing some issues. They were just slightly too good. You know, Pegasus Knights are meant to be rare, not in every Bretonnian army. Free Company Militia. Add Furious Charge. I love it for the flavor. It's still not going to make them any good. But who gives a fuck? If you're taking... Here's the thing, right? There are certain units in Old World which you take for the vibes. Like, if I'm doing a narrative game with a friend and I'm an Empire player and I'm defending my village from an encroaching, like, Skaven horde or something like that, the idea is that I'm taking Free Company Militia because these are the peasants that have been rounded up to fight for the militia. Yeah, that's it. Like, that's it. So I like that. I like that it could represent, drunken lads brawling. If they're like more like sellswords. I like that it could represent militia just fighting that little bit harder because they're protecting hearth and home. Right? So yeah, like that change. Great swords. Change the strength characteristic to 4 and add Furious Charge to the special rules. So I think they already were strength 4. Now they're Furious Charge. It's nice. There were a lot of people who didn't take great swords because they felt like they weren't worth it. I think this now puts them on par with things like Knights of the Realm on foot, and great swords should absolutely be on par with that unit. They are the Count's goddamn bodyguard. Yeah. I love that. I'm a big greatsword fan. I have 60 of them. I love them. I will now field even more of them. I only had 30 of them painted. Maybe I need to get another 30. Pistoliers down a little bit. Excellent. Empire Knights down a bit. Big fan. Big fan. Yeah, I'm someone that actually is a little bit of a heretic because I think Empire Knights are exceptionally good and a lot of people overlook them. A lot of people think they're dog shit. Why not just take Bretonians? But I've had my Empire Knights go toe-to-toe with Bretonian Knights and beat them when supported and equipped properly. So I like that might give us give the Knights a little bit of a boost. So there you go. Hellstorm Rocket Battery. Change weapon strength class to 4 and AP of 2. Brilliant. It's still probably going to blow up, but nice. I mean, that is, what was it, strength? Is it strength 3? Hey, that actually makes it totally viable. Fuck it, I got 2 of these things unpainted. I might paint them up. Yeah. That's interesting. Strength 4 makes a big difference. AP 2 makes a big difference. Huh? Pegasus thing changed. Blessed Triptych. A unit that contains a Blessed Triptych gains the stubborn special rule. Okay, how's that changed? Because the Triptych was already pretty good, wasn't it? Is that a nerf or a buff? They already gained Wasp. Oh, interesting. A unit that contains a model equipped with the Blessed Triptych gains the Stubborn Special Rule. A unit that contains a Blessed Triptych gains the Stubborn Special Rule. What's the difference? I don't know what the difference is for that, really. Someone will have to explain in, you know, as to a 5-year-old on what the appreciable difference between that is. It doesn't make a big difference, from what I can tell. Knights Errant and Knights of the Realm changed the unit size down to 3. I don't really agree with that change. I think Knights Errant and Knights of the Realm should be taken in big squads. I think honestly that all that really does is make people take. It just means that people can take even less tax in a Errantry Crusade list. I'm not sure I agree with that change. Yeah, I think Bretonnian units should be taken. I think Knights should be taken in big units, not little units. But that's a vibe thing for me. Pegasus Knight's been nerfed. Branch Wraith changed the movement counter to 6 and add Armor Bane 1 and Furious Charge. I'm guessing this is Wood Elves, right? Oh, Branch Wraiths, are they like the... What the fuck are Branch Wraiths? Are they... What the hell are Branch Wraiths? I've literally... Okay. I've never seen anyone take them. I know what the tree... Oh, wait. I think I have seen these. Okay. So the tree men are the big ones. The dryads are the little ones. The branch wraiths are the in-betweeny ones. Okay. Oh, no, that's Treekin. Okay, I have literally no idea what these are. I've never come across them. I don't know if this is going to make them any better. Martial power changed all as follows. During the first round of combat, a unit with a special rule gains +1 modifier to weapon skill characteristic. In addition, a unit with a special rule can make supporting attacks to its flank or rear, as well as to its front. Is that Eternal Guard? Oh, I like Eternal Guard. Is that page 129? Yeah, okay. So martial prowess. A model wielding an Asari Spear cannot make a support attack until in which it charged. That's fine. During a turn in which it was charged, you get +1. Okay, so that's your Asari Spear. So basically, you now get +1 weapon skill, which puts your weapon skill 6. I don't think it really fixes Eternal Guard, but Eternal Guard are cool. I do like them. So, yeah. FRVN for the Blessed Triptych, the model. They moved it from the model to the unit. Previously, you could target the model and remove stubborn. Oh, okay. That makes the peasants a lot better. Yeah. It's nice. You get an extra pivot weapon skill. Other than that, I don't know how big it is. War Dancer and Blade Singer change strength characteristic to 4, then change the War Dancer attack characteristic to 2, and the Blade Singer attack characteristic to 3. That seems like a lot more blender attacks from these bastards. If I was a betting man. Yeah, okay. So they're just going to be... they're just getting a lot... Strength 4 and a lot more attacks does make these quite blendy. I like it. Wood Elves did need a bit of a boost. They're definitely getting one. Dryad and Nymphs, get Furious Charge. Treekin, get Tougher. Excellent. That Toughness 6 is very nice. It means a lot of crossbows and guns are going to win on 6s now. That's a big difference. Sisters of the Thorn, go down in points and become a smaller squad size. Okay. Wild Riders, yeah, all the cavalry is being made cheaper and smaller unit sizes as well. Then we're on Warhawk Riders, get a little bit cheaper. Yeah, Warhawks are okay. And then we're on to High Elves. My God, it looks like... Jesus, the elves are actually cheap. Salty Simon is going to be very happy. Okay. Seaguard down... Okay. Is it only by 1 point? I was getting very excited then. Oh, okay. So it's all down by about 1 point. Hey, it's all right, though. You know, it's all right. Elven Spearmen are now... Oh, minute, Elven Spearmen... Oh, there were 9 points. Yeah, so I was looking at leadership. They come with spears, light armor, and shields. I mean, Empire better have got some fucking points cost, because we're getting to the realm where an Elven Spearman is now the cost of an Empire State Troop. I mean, Empire State Troop with spear and shield is 7 points a model. We better have got a points cut. I'm just saying, we better have done. But no, I am happy for the elves. They did need some points changes. And you got to think, it might seem like 1 point per model, but if you're taking like a brick of 30 elven spears, that's 30 points you've saved out your list. It does make a difference in a big way. Silverhelm, yeah, all cavalry changes. All cavalry changes down a little bit. That's good. Eagle Claw Bolt Thrower. How cheap is that? Page 178. Okay, down 10. Very, very spammable now. Very spammable. Senior Rebirth, you can only take it once. I think people are taking it once, really, anyway. Martial Prowess. Okay, you get +1 to your modifier. Is that on page... That's on 185? Okay, no, that's just an army-wide ability. Okay, yeah. So it's just... yeah, everyone's getting better weapon skill to get hit in the flanks and stuff. Okay, fine. Scout gyrocopters, better vision. You know, they're fucked up. Well, not super skirmishers anymore. Someone said that these guys got a little bit better because everyone else has got stupid. Well, not stupid. Everyone else had the arcs fixed and Warhawk Riders hadn't. That's true, but Warhawk Riders aren't as powerful as Pegasus Knights or gyrocopters. Yeah. I think the reason why they're making cavalry smaller sizes for battle march, that's a good point. You know what? I like it. Yeah, that's a very sensible change, and it makes a lot of sense through that lens. Yeah. Arcane Journal, Empire of Man, Veteran Outriders, 0 to 1 unit of Outriders in a city state of non-army may be designated Veteran Outriders. Missile weapons wielded by Veteran Outriders may not be subjected to the Ponder special rule. Okay, so I think that is a big nerf. I think before you could put it on as many units as you wanted. I think I've got my Empire Arcane Journal here. Yeah. I think that's a big nerf. But a needed one. Yeah, okay. So it used to be all Outriders, now it's just 1 unit. That is a very, very, very important and necessary nerf. Veteran Outriders were going around blasting people off the board, pretending they were in 40k. That wasn't alright. Obviously, that needed to change. So yeah, I think 1 unit getting it, much better. Imperial Ogre's a bit cheaper. That's cool. They're a fluff choice. No longer can take loads of the Marvelous Magnifiers. I think they're the ones that could allow you to ignore move and shoot as well. So yeah, you basically cannot now spam super shoot Outriders, which makes sense. Arcane Journal, Empire, Kingdom of Bretonia, Aura of the Fae. Note that the enemy player only wins victory points for destroying the Green Knight the first time he loses his last wound and is removed from play. So does that basically mean that you don't have to kill the Green Knight over and over again to get his victory points? The first time you kill him, he goes down. Okay, fine. Good. Not goes down. You get the points from him. If he comes back then, he still can kill you, but you've already got the points off him. Okay, fine. Guardian, the Sacred Sites. Okay, another Green Knight thing. I'm not bothered about it. During the pulse move, suppose each turn, which is awaken the Green Knight will replace complete with an air terrain. First rule, normal terrain features include any woods or in difficult or dangerous terrain. It does not include magical vortexes, open ground or hills, or any construction such as walls. Okay, so you can't like spawn them out of a vortex. Brilliant. Yeah, love that. Wood Elves. Orion got a bit tougher, but is no longer causing fear. Maybe he already causes terror, so he doesn't need to cause fear. Warriors of the Wilderness. I don't have any of these arcane journals. That's fine. Like, this all seems fine. Sure, whatever. Dwarven Mountain Hold. How does the Mastering of Adamant work on the Anvil of Doom? It increases toughness of the crew, but not the Anvil itself. Interesting. When a model hits an enemy unit using the Death Blow special rule, does that hit benefit that model's special rules? Yes. Okay. Dwarven Mountain Holes. Is an entrenched unit protected on all 4 sides, or just the front? Just its front. Goblin Hero, using the Whirling Death special rule, does it add D3 modified to the number of shots for each rank or file, or just single D3? Roll on 2 dice plus an extra D3 per rank and file of the unit, depending on which arc is being shot. Wow, so the Goblin Hero can get a lot of extra attacks. Can the Steam Tank fire both its Steam Cannon and Steam Gun in the same shooting phase? Yes. Ha! Guess what? I've been doing that for fucking 3 years already. Does a unit that include a Grail Monk with the Blessed Triptych lose stubborn if the Grail Monk is killed before the rule can be used? No. Excellent. Yeah, that's what Sonubi was saying before. Does a unit of Battle Pilgrims that includes a Grail Reliquary benefit from the Blessed Lady, or just the Grail Reliquary itself? If the unit includes a Grail Reliquary, the entire unit gains Blessing of the Lady. Yes. Excellent. Bullshit. Bullshit Wood Elves. Don't care about them. Let's have a look. Oh, this is my Renegade Crowns. Must a unit be in phalanx order to not become disrupted when charged by a unit with first charge? Yes, you should not get the benefit of being in a particular formation if they are not in that formation. Ah, very interesting. I've definitely taken advantage of that one. Definitely taken advantage of that one once or twice. All right, excellent. So my summary on that is the Pegasus Knight nerf is big. The Gyrocopter nerf is big. Everything else is just giving some of the not quite as good units a bit of a leg up. I can sense a bit of a trend here. Like, no one was taking Hellstorm rocket batteries. Maybe people will give them a go now. No one was taking great swords. Maybe they'll give them a go now. No one was taking high elves in general. Maybe they'll give them a go now. Yeah, so it all seems like... Oh, and also the Outrider nerf is huge. Yeah. So a few very important quality of fun nerfs have been done. And a few little bits got a shot in the arm to try and give them a chance. I like that Ravening Hordes. I like what I see here as well. Let's look at Cathay. I feel like Cathay didn't get very much. Jade Banner. Jade rules follows. When Cathay makes combat result, unit can the Jade Banner may claim additional +2 combat results. They just get +2? Okay, fine. I don't know if that's a nerf or a buff, but everything with Cathay seems a bit... I'm going to presume that it was bullshit and they made it slightly less bullshit. That tends to be my approach with any changes to Cathay, because they came out so broken. If a Cathayan dragon is in base contact with an enemy unit when they transform, can they move out of base contact during the transformation? No. Of course a Cathayan player. Of course a low-down, dirty, tricksy Cathayan player would ask that kind of question. All right, yeah, nothing there. Fine. Battle March. Is it the entire Battle March rules? Wait. Did GW just give out the Battle March rules for free? Did they just give Battle March for free? Holy shit, man. Holy shit. Okay. Say it with me, chat. Old world, best world. Old world, best world. Absolute Giga Chad maneuver. And this is why we support Old World, guys. This is why we support Old World. This is why Old World is the best game that they make. Okay. I'm just going to say it, right? And I'm someone who plays Warhammer. Warhammer 40k. If you're playing Warhammer 40k at this point over Old World, you're a fucking sucker. You're a fucking sucker, man. Like, holy shit, bro. Holy shit. Absolute Giga Chad maneuver. It's not the whole book. It's not all the rules, just enough to play. Hey, I'll take it. Hey, look, you know what? I'll take it. Give me the free rules that give me a chance to try it out. And you know what? Do you know what's funny? You give me something like this, it makes me go and buy the book. Because I'm like, you know what? Good guy GW, I want to support you. I want to support you. This is enough for total newbies to get into the game. And for those of us who want to like get into it a bit more, you go and buy the book. Yeah. I love it. I absolutely love it. I'd love to run some Battle March GTs. Think about you could run a Battle March GT in a single day. One day, 5 games, hour and a half per round, boom. Job done. Absolute chill event. You have one prize for best general, and then like 3 prizes for like coolest army and like most sporting and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. Holy shit, man. Yeah. Absolutely awesome. BK, the thing putting me off all was the change base size. Dude, you can get movement trades which are base size converters. I literally have them for my goblins. I don't know if I've got any to hand right now. I probably do, but there's probably like a unit in them. Well, yeah, I can still show it off. So I have a bunch. I'll go big screen for a second. So I have a bunch of the old goblins when I was a kid, and I just got a movement tray which converts them over. Super easy, man. Yeah. Okay, so I am going to have to do a full... I will do it in a separate video. I'm going to have to do a full breakdown of Battle March. But my main take away from this update is, holy shit, good guy GW. Battle March, better than Combat Patrol. Battle March, better than Spearhead. Battle March, best goddamn intro game that GW makes. Absolute 10 out of 10. I know this might sound crazy. I would happily just become almost a Battle March only player. Yeah. Because I would happily just buy a bunch of... see, building up to a full 2,000 point army can be a bit of an ask. But being able to just get like 750 points... 750 points, full still mania. 750 points, seal it in the box, job done. I've always wanted... a Bretonnian peasant horde army. You know what? Why don't I take 2 tiny units of knights to represent like the local lords and their sons, and then loads of peasants and go, hey, look, this is a local Bretonnian lord and his sons defending their land from some sort of like beastman raiders. Job fucking done. Yeah. Literally, I might bang that army out and just play some games with it. It would just be awesome. I am full pro Battle March. It's such a cool idea. Okay, let's get back to the FAQ. Let's get to the main rulebook. Now, I don't know if there's many. There's a little like there's many changes in here. So, okay, I mean, there might be a few, but let's have a look. Okay, I've got the big rulebook here. The big blue book. I think maybe Forces of Fantasy and the Forces and the Ravening Hordes were maybe the big changes, but yeah, okay. So, page 289, historical recreation. What the fuck is this? Okay. Change the last sentence of the third paragraph as follows. In addition, any unit with impetuous rules suffers a -1 modifier to its leadership when testing seat if it must declare a charge. Oh, okay, so this is when you're doing the open battle mission, the Plain of Languil. Is that... Oh, wait, is that just like the normal... Holy shit, so that's if you are doing... If you're doing like a normal just pitch battle, you don't worry about it. But if you are recreating the Bretonnians versus the Orcs, then you have to take into account that your impetuous guys are going to fail more often. Hilarious. They basically updated a narrative like fluffy legend style rule. The 40k mind cannot even comprehend. You know how they said, oh, we're going to make 40k the more narrative edition? Yeah, it turns out they were talking about Old World. Warhammer, the Old World, Match Play Guide, Grand Melee. Add the following to the list of bullet points. No single unit may contain more than half, 50% of the total number of models in the army. Excellent. No longer can you have giant Death Star units. I love it. 10 out of 10. I'm sure people will work their way around it, but I love that. It's a good change. General principles. Players have choices to make throughout the game. If both players have the same choice to make at the same time, who chooses first? The active player always chooses first. Sometimes this will be advantageous, sometimes not, but choosing first is the active player's prerogative. Love it. Can models choose not to make armor, ward, or regeneration saves if it has them? No. If a model can attempt to make a save, it must. Yeah, no throwing your sword to one side and trying to get your models killed. Yeah. Does a unit count as being obscured when some of the models within it are behind others? No, a unit cannot be obscured from the enemy by itself. What's more, models within a unit do not obscure the enemy from other models in the same unit. They either completely block line of sight or present no obstruction. I mean, which dickhead was trying to be like, technically my unit's got cover? Whoever argued that, leave. Go to 40k. You're not welcome here. Do magic missiles require the caster to draw a line from their base? 1 minute. Do magic missiles that require the caster to draw a line from their base require a target? No. As stated in the spell description, simply draw a line with the caster's base. Any model the line hits is hit by the spell. I love that. So you're not declaring a target, which means that technically if someone has some sort of like reaction to being targeted, they can't do it. I think maybe like Fire and Flee or what it might not be called Fire and Flee. There's a number of Wood Elf units where if you shoot at them, they just fuck off. Well, they can't do that against those kind of spells. Excellent. Gaze of Gork is back on it. If a wizard has a special rule that applies when they attack an enemy, such as Killing Blow or Armor Bane, is that special rule applied to any spells they may cast? Absolutely not. Who the fuck asked that? Go to 40k, go away. You know, again, I love... They could have just said no. They could have just said no. You can feel the annoyance in the FAQ writer's tone of writing that someone even asked that question. I love it. I love that. Sometimes I really like the disdain which the old world FAQ writers give to the goddamn rules lawyers and meta chasers. Yeah. they went the extra mile on that one. Absolutely not. Yeah, get fucked. This is not the spirit of the game. What are you doing? Like, that's not what we do here. Old world, best world. Yeah, absolute vibes. If a wizard has joined a unit, can they cast spells of any rank, or must they be in the front rank? Unless there's a special rule that states otherwise, a wizard must be in the front rank, or the first fighting rank of the unit to cast spells. Like all characters, wizards bring no benefit to their unit by skulking in the rear ranks. Yes. You see? Flavor added to the FAQ. Look, the words were written by a human, not a corporate drone or an AI robot. Like, that's not rules lawyery using the word skulking. I don't think skulking has ever been used in a rules lawyering context. Yeah, again, they're answering these questions both clearly, but also with the spirit of the rules. It's not about the letter of the law, it's about the spirit of the law. And a lot of that is being displayed here. I love it. Does a wizard that has joined a unit need to be in base contact with an enemy model to cast an assailant spell? Or do they only need to be within the fighting rank? They do not need to be in base contact, but they must be in the first fighting rank. That's a nice little compromise. I like that. I have had that question come up once or twice before. That's good. Yeah, I like that. When a unit wheels, do you have to measure the curvature of its movement? No. Simply measure the unit's movement in a straight line from the end of the front rank furthest from the corner around which the unit pivots. That makes, I think that's the way most people were doing it. If you're an old world expert, let me know if there was some jank going on there, but I don't really understand the question, which probably means I was doing it naturally and not jankily. Yeah. When you adjusted ranks, must the width of its front rank be increased or decreased as equal as possible on either side? Yes, the exception is when the width of the front rank is increased or decreased by an odd number of models. In such case, one side unit will gain or lose one more model than the other side. Yep, excellent. That's the way I was already playing it. A lot of these, what I what I really like about this is that it's just questions being asked. It's not like giant. There's been some giant sweeping rules changes in the Ravening Hordes and Forces of Fantasy books, but what I'm liking about this is just here's a question, here's an answer. Not we had to change a core rule. Yeah. FLVN, there was a little bit of jank. There were widgets that would help you, or worse, math. But most people said, yeah, that's close enough. Yeah, so if you were playing super precise, like maybe top table at a GT, you needed to take that into account. But for the everyman on the street, it's like, yeah, I think you're close enough. Get your charge in. Job done. Whilst running down the foe, is a charge unit considered to be pursuing a fleeing enemy for the purposes of crossing the edge of the battlefield? Yes, a unit that runs down the foe is very much pursuing a fleeing enemy whilst doing so. Excellent. I think that just means you're probably going to run off the board a little bit more, but you always come back, so that's fine. A unit cannot stand and shoot if the distance between... Question. A unit cannot stand and shoot if the distance between it and the charge unit is less than the movement characteristic of the charge unit. But if a unit is charged by one or more enemy units, and only one is too close, can it stand and shoot at the other? No. If any of the charge units are too close to that charge unit, you can't make a stand and shoot. Basically, the charges are kind of happening simultaneously at the same time. There's no chance for you to shoot at one and brace for the other. Yeah. When our line of sight... And again, immersive makes sense. I like it. I like how these rules just play intuitively, naturally. They're not like abstract, they're immersive. When a line of sight and cover determined for a unit that declares a stand and shoot reaction, when the charge reaction is declared. So before they move. Interesting. All right. Some chariots are equipped with large-scale missile weapons, such as bolt throwers. Who shoots such weapons? The crew, the beasts that draw the chariot itself, or a character mounted upon the chariot. Missile weapons mounted on chariots or howdahs are shot by the crew using their ballistic skill. Why the fuck would the beast shoot it? Who asked that question? Obvious. Who fires the bolt thrower? Is it the crew of the bolt thrower? Like, you know, so that wasn't someone arguing to get an advantage. That was some dickhead who was arguing that his mate had to have the goddamn Stegodon fire the bolt thrower. And it's like, well, technically the Stegodon's only ballistic skill too, so you'd shoot worse. That's what that situation was. That was someone trying to gimp someone else's rules, being a turd. Get out of here, turd. All right, what do we got here? If a unit with the present battle rule has not yet fought, models on the end of the first fighting rank will close in, as described in 150, into base contact with the enemy. But can models with the second fighting rank step forward into base contact and fight immediately? Yes, as stated on page 150, models cannot fight during a phase in which they step forward into a fighting rank. However, models already in a fighting rank can step forward and close in as described, maximizing their number of attacks. If I understand this correctly, is this basically saying if I've got a rank of 10 guys and only 5 of them are engaged in combat, let's say like 10 by 4, like a 40 book of halberds, but only 5 of them are like engaged in base-to-base contact. If the enemy kills those 5 guys, I can take the remaining people from the front rank and move them, basically shimmy them to the side. I think that's how it's saying it. So therefore, if I have got those, if I had like 2 attacks per guy, I'd get 2 attacks per guy, not 1 attack per guy because of supporting attacks. Cool. Okay. Interesting. I like it. Bit weird. Do the truffle shuffle, shimmy across, but it makes sense. You're trying to maximize your number of attacks as the defender. All right. Does a press of battle apply to its flanks or rear arcs or just its front arc? If a unit has and is able to use press of battle rule, it can do so regardless of which arcs the enemy is engaged with. Excellent. Charge me my flank. I am going to attack you with as many ranks as possible in the flank. For my flank. Yeah. Hey, Empire Spearmen. They're not great, but maybe, right? If 2 units are engaged across a low linear obstacle, are they limited to making just a single attack because they aren't in base contact? No, whilst charging, unit will become disordered, and whilst impact hits and stops attacks cannot be made due to the presence of obstacles. Otherwise able to fight normally across low obstacles as if they were in base contact. Okay, so that basically stops completely cuckolding dragons, right? Okay. Rip Earthen Ramparts. Half rip. Half rip. Okay, like it's not been fucked, it's been diddled. Because it still means you're not taking impact hits and you're not taking stomp attacks. I think it's a nice halfway house. Yeah. As someone who's a big fan of Earthen Ramparts, it was a bit silly that you threw up these Earthen Ramparts and the dragon went, oh, I can only make one attack. It was a bit silly. A pursuing unit must move directly towards the fleeing enemy, but it must move forwards whilst doing so, or can it move sideways? As stated in 1, 2, 3, units must move forwards unless performing a maneuver or when giving ground. This includes whilst pursuing. Okay, if a unit has to pivot before fleeing from an enemy, it is engaged in combat with, must take a Perils test. No, you ignore the units. Okay, that's fine. If a character is within one fighting rank, they cannot move through the ranks to another. Might this prevent them from accepting a challenge? No. If a character is able to accept challenge, they can do so whenever they are in the unit and will move through the ranks into base contact with their opponent. However, if it's awkward to move a model, it is quite acceptable for the players to agree that it has moved and fight the challenge as if the combatants were in base contact, thus avoiding too much disruption. So you can use characters to basically like come through the ranks. Which could potentially give you an advantage if you get charged in the flank. But no, I love how they say, I love how they acknowledge it is quite acceptable for the players to agree. Did they hire Warlord for this FAQ? This sounds like it's been written by like someone at Warlord Games, man. You know, nice proper language, all talking about the spirit of the game. Hey, we could just agree to do this. This is acceptable. No dramas. Don't fuck around with your units. Yeah, just say they're in the challenge. It's fine. Yeah, I love that. Universal special rules. Does placing a unit of ambushes in reserve count as deploying a unit? No. Interesting. Okay. When are ambushes placed into reserve and when is it declared? If your army includes any ambushes that you wish to hold in reserve, set these aside before deployment begins, making it clear to your opponent they are ambushes and will be held in reserve rather than deploy the rest of the army. So basically at the beginning. Okay. Can a drilled unit adjust the ranks before making a counter-charge reaction? Yes. I think people were already doing that, but that's excellent to have that confirmed. Can an evasive unit use that special rule whilst engaged in combat or whilst fleeing? No, of course not. Stop it. Get out of here, turd. If a model with Killing Blow or Monster does a roll to wound a natural 6 cause an enemy to lose all of its remaining wounds, even if that enemy would normally be too tough to wound. No, if a model cannot wound an enemy, it cannot kill it. Makes sense. You cannot Killing Blow them if you're like a strength 1 Skaven slave. If you somehow got Killing Blow on that unit, yeah. You have to be physically able to like chop through the neck to get the Killing Blow. Does you remove the cover, discard the highest dice when making a charge roll if charging through terrain? No. Ooh, that's a big improvement, isn't it? That's a really, really big improvement. Massive, massive buff to move through cover. Big buff to Wood Elves, that. That's a little big. Yeah, that's huge. That is a really, 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 really big change. And if I'm going to be honest with you, one that I agree with. I have no armies with move through cover. Okay, I beat them, but I never use them. I have no armies that move through cover. I have Renegade Crowns. I have like Goblins, so maybe like Spider Riders, my one unit of 10 Spider Riders. And I have Empire. I've got Dwarves, Empire, Renegade Crowns, Goblins. They're the armies that I use regularly. None of them have moved through cover. So this is going to fuck me quite a lot. I still agree with that rule. If you're moving through cover, you're moving through cover. Yeah, it's the way it should be. I don't care if it's a buff. It's the way the rules are read intuitively. I agree with FRVN. It makes sense, exactly. Can a model make more regeneration saves than it has wounds remaining on its profile? No. When a model makes regeneration saves, it must make one save for each lost wound. That's big. That's huge. So you can't, it's not a feel no pain. So there's so many times when I've like fired a cannon at a bloody Tomb King, bloody Necrosphinx. It's been on like 2 wounds. I've done 4 damage, and my opponent has rolled 4 regen saves. And they just can't do that, can they? So how does that work then? Oh, so they lose the wound. Wait, does that mean if I... Wait. Does that mean if I have a cannon, if there's a Necrosphinx on 2 wounds, and I have a Great Cannon, and I do 4 wounds to them, that Necrosphinx cannot regen its way to life? Because it's going to lose 4 wounds. It's only got 2 wounds left on its profile, so it can only do 2 regens. Because you can only make 1 save for each lost wound. I don't think you slow roll, no. Because you could, so even if you pass both of them, there's still 2 wounds left over. Am I reading that right? If I do this in stream highlights, someone will have to correct me on that one. But I think that's massive. Yeah, I think that's absolutely huge. I think that's absolutely huge. If you successfully do, it could be anything. If you do like 8 wounds on a Necrosphinx, for like a big charge or something, it can only make 6 regen saves. At which point, it's guaranteed to take 2 of the wounds, even if it passes all of the other ones. Massive, massive, massive regen nerf. Absolutely huge regen nerf. Now we know why the trolls went down in points. Huge regen. If I'm reading that correctly, huge regen nerf. I will need chat and comment section to confirm if I'm right on that. If a unit of scouts is deployed completely within my deployment zone, can they deploy within 12 inches of the enemy, and can they charge in the first turn? No. Regardless of where they're deployed, a unit deployed as scouts must abide by the rules for deploying as scouts. Fair. If a stubborn character joins a unit that is not stubborn, and that unit loses its first combat of the game, does the character remain stubborn until they have an opportunity to make use of the rule later on? No. Stubborn is used first time, unit use combat. If a character is unable to use the rule due to being part of the unit, it's not stubborn, the opportunity is lost. Fair. Makes sense. You've already had your chance. Do skirmishers with a flank or rear whilst engaged in combat? While skirmishers do form up when engaged in combat, they are not considered a flank or rear act for the purposes of calculating combat result points. Okay, slight buff to skirmishers. When a unit of skirmishers becomes engaged in combat and forms up, must any command group models it contains place in the front ranks? Yes. Okay, makes sense. Yeah. A fighting rank cannot contain more characters than it does rank and file models. In the case of a unit with press of battle rule, does it include rank and file models in a second fighting rank? No. No single fighting rank can contain more characters than it does rank and file models. It doesn't matter how many fighting units a rank may have. So that means you can, if you have like a unit of Empire Spearmen and you're in like a 5x4 formation, you can't have 3 characters in the front ranks. I don't think you ever would. It's never ever happened in any of my games, but yeah, okay. If a character is any rank, if a character is in any rank of a unit other than the front rank or the first fighting rank, in the case units engaged in combat, for any reason, do they confer any bonuses onto the unit? No, not unless a special rule stating otherwise. Characters must leave from the front or retire to the rear. Okay, that's fine. Oh, wait, that's big for Skaven, right? Unless Skaven have a rule that... Skaven might have a rule that overwrites that. Can my unit shoot an enemy unit... Can my unit shoot an enemy character within 3 inches of an enemy unit that is not itself an eligible target? No, if the requirements given on page 206 are met, the character cannot be targeted. That makes sense. Can a character that has joined a unit be the target of a spell that would give them a special rule that prevents them from joining a unit? Ethereal, for example? No. If casting a spell would cause a situation the rules specifically prohibit, the spell cannot be cast. I like that. Some characters have special abilities that require a leadership test. If the character is slain, do his abilities cease to apply immediately like a spell? Yes. Again, makes sense. A priest cannot boost his unit with Pres Sigma if he is dead. When shooting a cannon, line of sight is required to the target point. But what about the strike point? A cannon does not require a line of sight to the strike point. However, if anything that would stop a cannonball from bouncing, see crunch, lies with the target point and the strike point, the cannonball will hit it and stop. In other words, you cannot use a high result on artillery dice to glitch a cannonball through an impregnable obstacle. So, that means you can shoot cannons through woods. But it means you can't shoot a cannon over a building. That's my reading of it. Cannon that is on a hill, target a point on the ground. If woods, a building, or hill lies between it and that point. No, a cannon cannot shoot over the obstacles, even if it is on a hill. However, a stone thrower can if it chooses to fire directly. So you can't shoot over the woods, but you could still pick the back of the woods, right? That's how I'm reading it. Yeah. So you can shoot through woods, but not. You can bounce through woods, but you can't target past the woods. Even if you're on a hill, you can't shoot over buildings. Yeah. Okay. Cannon can't see through woods, but you can still bounce through them. Yeah. Can shoot through the woods, but can't shoot behind the hills. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I don't think Square Base were reading it that way. It was more preventing regen overkill. 6 damage done to one skeleton. You only get 1 combat res, even if you saved 5 of those wounds by regen via slow rolling. What, the regen thing? Maybe they're right. Can a model make more regeneration saves than it has wounds remaining on its profile? No. When a model makes regeneration save, it makes 1 save for each wound lost. Can a model make regeneration saves? Can a model make more regeneration saves than it has wounds remaining on its profile? I don't know, man. I don't know. Can you make more regen saves than you have wounds remaining on your profile? No. The answer is no. Like, to me, the answer is very clear. If you only have 3 wounds on your profile and you are required to take, and if you've only got 3 wounds on your profile and you've taken 6 damage, you can only take 3 regen saves. So as you fail regen saves, those wounds are lost permanently. You can't roll them again later. I don't know, man. Maybe like I said, let's get chat. To me, it seems clear. You can't take more saves than you have wounds remaining on your profile. Do you roll them 1 at a time, though? I could see so that you could roll 1. So let's say you got 3 wounds left on your profile. You roll a regen. You pass it. You still have 3 wounds on your profile, so that wound's not lost. But once you lose all 3, you stop. Yeah, okay. You gotta slow roll it. Okay, maybe that's the way it is. Maybe. Yeah, I can see the argument. I can see the argument. Yeah. I can see the argument. A monster 7 wounds could only roll some regen rolls. That's not what people are saying. What people are saying is because each damage is done 1 at a time. So if it passed a regen save, it would still have, it would not have lost the wound. I don't know though. But then if you lose a wound, if you take 6 damage, you roll a regen save. If you're slow rolling it, you roll the regen save, you don't lose that wound, but then you have to roll another regen save and pass that one. Have you not just passed 2 regen saves on the first wound that was going to be lost? Do you see what I mean? You passed the first one. Okay, that wound was going to be lost. You passed it. The second wound that was going to be lost, you passed it. The third wound that you're going to lose, you've lost. You were going to lose, you've lost. You were going to lose it, but you passed it. You've successfully rolled 3 regens, but you've successfully retained those 3 wounds. You now can't take another regen save in each one of those wounds. I don't know, man. I think that so you can't do 6 wounds for 3 actual wounds for combat res? Is it important wounds for combat res? I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe I think the community might need to come to a consensus on that one. Can my unit shoot an enemy character within 3 inches of an enemy unit if that unit is not self-eligible target? No, the requirement's given them that's fine, yeah. Can a character that's joined a unit with a target of a spell? No, we've already done that one. Done that one. Done that one. Done that one. Okay. Ugh. Give me a second. Ugh. Okay. Battlefield terrain. To defend the low linear obstacle, a unit must move its front rank into base contact with it. Are skirmishers able to do this, or does their lack of rank prevent it? Skirmishers can defend an obstacle. To do so, simply move as many skirmishers as possible into contact with one side of the feature. I mean, that makes sense, doesn't it? That makes sense. Of course they could defend the obstacle. Warhammer armies. When does an attachment determine which arc of an enemy will charge when making a supporting charge? When it's moved at the end of the charge, moves subphase. I don't really understand that one. Oh, okay. After the enemy unit is charged. Okay, so it's like the opposite of stand and shoot, right? Stand and shoot is done before they move. Detachments charging is done after the enemy unit is charged. Okay. Magic item. Whilst Drain Magic is in play, does it increase the casting value of bound spells? Yes. That's huge. Get fucked, Ruby Ring. Get fucked, Ring of Jet. That's huge, man. Magic items. Can a character replace the armor with which they come equipped with a lighter magical armor in order to bypass restrictions imposed on the upgrades? A character can never replace one type of armor with another. However, for the purposes of any available upgrades that are restricted based on type of armor worn, the character is still considered to be wearing the armor they come equipped with. So the answer is like, no, you can't just get around it. For the purposes of other upgrades, what types of armor are the armor of silver steel and armor of meteoric iron? If a suit of magic armor gives the armor value of 6+, it should be considered light armor. If it gives a 5+ value, it should be considered heavy armor. If it gives armor value 4+, it should be considered full plate. Okay, that's fine. I have no idea why that would make a difference, but there you go. Does the weapon's AP reduce the armor value of the armor of meteoric iron? No. I mean, that's obvious, right? That's the whole point of the armor of meteoric iron. You always get the 5+ save. Yeah, that's interesting why that's even had to be clarified. Note, however, 1+ is not a restriction. It's a minimum requirement. Yeah, of course. When using Domination's second objective, do you get victory points for having more than double the enemy's unit strength in a table quarter if there are no enemy models in that quarter? No. If you more than double the enemy's unit strength, the enemy has to have some models in the quarter. If they have none, and you do, you gain the VP bonus for that achievement instead. Interesting. So there's actually like, it's almost like a weird reason to like seed territory. Like, Give up that ground. Don't try and fight for it. Don't try and fight for that territory because it'll give them more points. Very interesting. All right. And that comes to the end of the Old World FAQ. Overall, I'm going to give that FAQ a solid... I'm going to give it a... I'm going to give it a solid 9 out of 10. And you might think, Mordian, you seemed very, very positive about that. Why didn't you give it a 10 out of 10? Because there were no point changes to Empire State Troops. I think it's very ridiculous that an Empire State Troop is now only 1 point cheaper than his High Elf counterpart. I don't think State Troops were particularly good. I think State Troops could have really have done with getting a point cheaper. Other than that, I think it's... Armor Iron didn't have an armor type. Chaos Rate said you couldn't wear a heavy armor. Okay. Right, fair. So it's Chaos Fuckery. Right, okay, fair enough. Empire's OP, we don't need it. I don't think we are OP. I think there's a very strong chance I'm going to continue playing. Pardon me, play my Empire as Renegade Crowns. But yeah, there we are. Overall, I think it was a very good FAQ. And you know what? I'd much rather have that update than the 11th edition update that we got. For 40k, I'm just saying, Old World, Best World, that's how you do an FAQ. That's how you do a 1.5. That's, you know, compare that to Horus Heresy 3.0. Compare that to AOS 4th edition. Maybe comparing it to 40k is too harsh because some people really do like 11th edition. Fine, fair enough. But compare that is what Horus Heresy should have got. That right there. That right there is what Horus Heresy should have got. If they'd done that for Heresy, Heresy would be booming right now. Absolutely booming. It would be standing proud alongside 40k and alongside Old World, and it would take in its place as another main game system for Games Workshop. It would be up there. You know, 40k is the king, Old World is the queen, and AOS and Heresy would have been the prince. It would have been the prince of the crown of the royal family of 40k. But instead, Heresy, I want to say it became the jester, but I don't think it's even that. Heresy is the head on spike outside of the gates. That's where it is. Sounds like they put their A-team gamer nerds on Old World. 100%. 100%. AOS is the bastard child no one really likes. It's the red-headed stepchild, isn't it? Yeah. Which is a shame. Which I know some people like AOS, and I actually don't gain much enjoyment from dunking on them anymore. But yeah, it's not the red-headed stepchild that nobody liked. It's just the red-headed stepchild. Yeah, some people like him though, because he's a bit kooky, but he's interesting. Yeah. All right. I think it's a good FAQ. I think there's going to be a lot of Old World players who are going to breathe a very big sigh of relief. And I think there's going to be a lot of Old World players that are going to be thinking, all right, we got 3 more years at least. A lot of Old World players were very, very concerned that we were going to be on the 3-year cycle. Very concerned that GW was going to fuck the game up like they did with everything else. Old World can breathe a sigh of relief for at least 2 to 3 years. It looks like we're going to be all right, boys. Looks like we're going to be all right. Okay. All right. Whoo! Okay. All decided and it was relaxing. Not a stress sigh like 40k. Exactly. What Glorious Old World isn't on 3 cycle? I don't think so, Cheshire Cat. I don't think so. We don't know for sure. I think you'll have to wait another 6 months to know for sure. Because I think Old World will have been out 3 years, 2027. January 2027. But it definitely seems that they're reprinting they're reprinting the rulebook with all the Battle March stuff in it and all of these FAQs taken into the rulebook. So I don't know. GW is a bit mad, but I don't feel like they'd reprint the they'd reprint the first edition rulebook just to print a second edition rulebook 6 months later. That seems madness, even by GW's madness. Yeah. If Old doesn't get a major edition announcement for the holiday show, will be for sure. Yeah, okay. But it's looking like Old World has no 3-year cycle. Old World needs no 3-year cycle. Yeah. All Old World needs is these kinds of updates. That's all it needs. Updates and consolidations of updates to keep it all clear in the main book. That's all it needs. I'll probably buy the new rulebook. Even though I have the old one, if the new one comes out and it's got everything explained in the core rules there, I don't need to go through multiple FAQs. I love that. I know I'll get FAQ'd again later, but I'm okay with that. If I can open my rulebook and it tells me press a battle and all that kind of shit, I will buy it. That's what I want. Yeah. Do you think there'll be new Battle March boxes? I want to get into the game, wonder if it's worth it to buy the Empire Battalion. So I do think there will be new Battle March boxes. Kerbermeister, if you want my honest opinion, if you want to get into the game with Empire, there is a very good... 1 minute. But a very good box set. Where is it? I can't find it. Hang on a second. Is it under... It's not there. Oh, I can't find it. You know what? I'll have to do it this way. There you go. I don't know why it wasn't coming up on the Warlord website, but here you go. So, if anyone wants to get into Battle March with Empire, you should really get the Landsdeck Starter Army. Okay? It's £107 from Warlord. I think if you get it from Wayland, it's even cheaper. Yeah, it's £85. And it comes with 96 Landsdecks with, pikemen, which you could use to represent spearmen. I mean, it comes with all this shit, man. So you'd get 24 great swords, 24 handgunners or crossbowmen, the equivalent of an Empire engineer with Hochland long rifle, bunch of characters and command models, and a shitload of Empire State Troops. And honestly, you could say the pikes are spears, or you could just say the halberds. It really, no one's going to bat an eyelid either way. Yeah. There you go. Get that. I think that would do a very good job of representing a Empire Battle March patrol kind of force. Yeah. There you go. But I think that just about covers it all. I think it does. So we'll leave it there. I really like this update. Like I said, 9 out of 10. I think Empire State Troops may be getting left out in the cold a little bit, but I got Renegade Crowns to look after me for the time being, so that's all right. But of course, all of this is just like my opinion, man. Let me know what you guys think down in the comment section below. Let me know if you like the update, if you don't like the update, and let me know if this update and the way that GW is treating the game is getting you tempted for Old World. Are you someone who is sick of the 40k shenanigans? Does this look like a refuge? Does this look like a light in the dark? Let me know what you think. There we are. You also got orcs with first charge keep highboarded. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But on that note, guys, I am going to wrap the stream up. We've been streaming for 5.5 hours, and I'm pretty tired. So it's been a great stream tonight. It's been, do you know what, guys? This has been genuinely the first all GW, all Warhammer positive stream we've had in over a year. And there's been no cope. There's been no having to convince ourselves. Like, it was just like legit. Yeah. Just legit, just fun. There you go. All right. Let's see how long it can last. I'm going to rush off now because I'm a little tired. But thank you all for joining. Thank you all for liking and subscribing. Thank you all for chatting away. And of course, thank you to all of you who went above and beyond the Call of Duty, coming in with all the super chats and the member flexes and the gifted memberships and all of that amazing stuff. You know what? We need a song to play us out. That's not it. 1 minute. I think I found it. A moment. I'm going to test it and see if it's the right one. Ah, no, that's not the right one. 1 minute. I found it. There we go. 1 minute. There you go. I got it. All right. Gentlemen, thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed today's stream. And as always, Old World, Best World. I'll see you guys next time.
Unsere liebe Frauen vom kalten Brunnen, bescher uns armen Landsknecht eine warme Sonne. Lass uns nicht erfrieren, wohl in des Wirtes Haus, ziehen wir mit vollem Säckel und leeren wieder naus. Die Trommel, der Mann, ei, rieh ran, frisch voran, Landsknecht voran, der Trommler schlägt Parade, die Seidenfahnen wehen, jetzt heißt auf Glück und Gnade ins Feld spazieren gehen. Das Korn reift auf den Feldern, es schnappt der Hecht im Strom, heiß weht der Wind von Geldern herauf den Berg ob so. Die Trommel, uns im